wait a minute, sugar. You see, we've been together for quite some time now, and we used to share all of our dreams and future plans together. And all of a sudden, it seems like you switched gears and I didn't get the memo. Now I'm all for living your dreams and pursuing all that you hope to do. But it just seems that you're leaving me behind, and I can't help but feel a little insecure behind that. Now I want you to know that I support you. I'm gonna hold you down now. I'll be here for you. 'Cause no matter what, I can't let you go.
Never letting go, never let you go, 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 never you leave me, never me leave you, never you leave me, never me leave you, never you leave me, never me leave you, never you leave me, never me leave you. Hey, hey,
Wait, does it sound like stalking? No. I said you wanna be here, say you wanna be here, always gonna be here near you. Time and circumstances, changing life's direction, got a new agenda, do you? You say you wanna fly, don't ever say goodbye, say you wanna spread your wings, take in some new sights, you're reaching out for more, see what life's got in store, and but don't forget, I ain't letting you go, never letting go, never walk away, always by your side, whether day or night, never letting go, never walk away, always by your side, whether day or night, never let you go, never let you go, never let you go. I know it kind of sounds like stalking, right? But that's not what I'm trying to say to you. It's just that we built this thing together, and there's just no way I'm willing to throw it away, you know, just because you want to try something new. I don't know. Maybe I'll try and... Kind of sounds like stalking, right? But that's not what I'm trying to say to you. It's just that we built this thing together, and there's just no way I'm willing to throw it away, you know, just because you want to try something new. I don't know. Maybe I'll try and work on something. But I ask myself, can I let you go? And the answer always seems to be no. You know, I just can't seem to throw away what we have because you want to try something new. So whether you're 10 miles away, 100 miles away, I'll be here holding you down. I'll never let you go.
Where we can all just be So, it's giving me great pleasure to be talking to you today. My name is Professor Hisham Al-Sagbini. I'm the head of assessment at Cambridge Smith English. One of the main things that I care for in my research is educational inclusion. One of my passions dyslexia. And in all my work, I really tend to focus on new ideas, how we can basically make sure that the tests, the tools, and the solutions that we provide are really providing to everybody in our classes. I really look forward to seeing you in the conference, and I really look forward to working together with many of you in future research projects. Thank you very much, and take care.
Reality, loving girls taking over me. I'm going crazy, but I like the fact she has got a firm hold on me. Hey, oh, feels like I'm running all the time. Even in my dream, you're chasing me. My brain goes numb when you're around. Hey, why you such a mystery?
Of the Tomsk Open Project. So I really wanted to talk mostly about the event itself, especially the trainings. So I have done trainings with teachers in all different places. The teachers who came to the trainings in Tomsk for this project were active, were engaged, had great questions, excellent feedback. Because it's an intense few days. It's an intense few days. And when you work with people in that sort of intense environment, you want to have people who are interested, who are engaged, and who are engaging themselves. That's exactly what I found. So the atmosphere from those 3-4 days that I was in Tomsk, for me, it really comes from the people I was there with. And that's who the Tomsk Open Project really seems to attract. So I recommend taking part in the conference and the trainings. I had a great time. Brainstorm does a great job putting it together. Katrin and her entire team over there. So maybe I'll see you there one day.
Please explain to me who this girl could be. Why you such a mystery? Something deep inside tells me she's the one for me. Floating on a cloud, you should see
Hello, I'm Catherine Wild, the head of TOP, and welcome to Tomsk Open Project 3, the annual international conference. This year we're running it online, and it's another great opportunity to have great, brilliant speakers from different parts of the world. This ELT week, dear guests, you will be able to communicate with them today during the conference, tomorrow during the workshops, and then during the course with the teachers and business training. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tomsk Open Project 3 is here. I will be calling the speakers by the names. It will be them who will be introducing themselves. Dear speakers, please turn on your cameras and microphones. Hello, hello, hello. Hello,
Good morning.
Anton. Hello, Peter. Hello.
Good morning.
So, please, a few words about yourself. Antoine.
Hello, my name is Anton Mark. I'm a teacher trainer, material creator, and I'm based in St. Petersburg.
Peter.
Hello, my name is Peter Mitchell. I'm founding head of the Department of Translation and Language Communication at Tomsk State University in Siberia.
Hisham.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Hisham Sakvini. I'm the head of assessment at Cambridge Smith English, and I'm based in Dubai.
Thank you very much. The representative of Macmillan Education will join us live online during the discussion. Dear colleagues, dear friends, Catherine will be appearing here every 30 minutes introducing the next speaker. And the first speaker of Tomsk Open Project 3 is Anton Mark. Anton, the floor is yours. You can share the screen and begin your speech.
All right, very well. Let me share the screen. I'm very excited to be here for Top 3. There we are. So good morning, everybody. Katrin, thanks a lot for the introduction, and Top 3, thanks a lot for inviting me again. It's always a very exciting and very well-organized event. I'm happy to be here online. It's a Saturday morning, and we're going to start off immediately talking about exam success. Now, of course, in 30 minutes, we don't have time to lay out full strategies for all exam taking. But my goal this morning is to give you an approach that actually my dad gave me, and that formed me in my exam taking. And after that, it formed all my students in their exam taking. It's a simple perspective of adopting the examiner's perspective. And we're going to have a little fun with that, because this can actually help us and our students throughout the academic year, throughout the process of preparing for exams. Before we do so, I'd like to share a little story that I often share with my students, with all the students that I have that are preparing for exams. I once had a young friend called Leo. Now, as you can see, Leo was really an average guy. Nothing special about him, except that he did have big dreams. He dreamed big. He wanted to be like his hero, Tom Hanks, and he wanted to win an Oscar. He really wanted, it was a big dream of his. There was no stopping him. He was determined, Leo, our good friend, to win his first Oscar. And to do that, he worked hard. He worked very hard. He worked hard to please the public. Okay, he went out and did some blockbuster movies, some interesting movies with action, humor. He got the public on his side. He worked hard on getting his peers on his side as well. He worked with great actors, great directors, established professionals in his sphere to get accepted by his peers, by those professionals. And of course, he worked very hard to please the jury, because you've got to convince the jury of the Oscars. And that involved, well, let's face it, not always, especially working on his acting per se, but on choosing films that had social justice and that had the issues of the time, like climate change, things like that, in the scenario. So he really worked on all of these aspects to get his Oscar. Now, let's face it, is winning an Oscar about your acting skills? Well, yes, it is in part. Of course it is in part. But not just that. I mean, there are great, great actors, but never won an Oscar. That's like that. And before actually winning his Oscar, our good friend Leo, he did fall into a little depression that I think we as teachers and professors know it strikes all of our students at one point. It is very likely to strike our students. It's the no fair. It's not fair. Is my exam just about the skill that I'm passing? Is an English exam solely testing what our students' knowledge in English, our students' skills in English? Let's face it, not really. I mean, I myself, not even just as a teacher, not just as someone preparing students for exams, I can remember myself taking exams at school. I remember myself going to my parents or to my teachers and saying, it's not fair. I'll never forget, my father had few reactions to me saying no fair that forged me. And one of them, I was 15 years old. I came back after an exam. I felt I had been treated unfairly. I felt I deserved a better grade. I came home. My dad asked me what my grade was. I said, it's not fair. And he just looked at me in surprise. It took you 15 years to figure out that life isn't fair? Yes, Antoine, you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you? It was done with humor. He was teasing, of course, but his message was always the same. You know what? Exams are not about fairness. Exams are not especially always about your skill. And I find this is a very important message, a very important lesson that our students need to learn. Our good friend Leo did win his Oscar in the end. He won his Oscar. And I find that Leo's example, Leo's story, can really help students reevaluate exams. They need to look at exams in another way. It can't be, oh, it's unfair and I'll do my best. There are two big lessons from Leo's story, I find. First of all, students need to understand that an exam is not about you. And I find particularly with the younger generations, where we're going more and more towards a me world, this is essential. Students need to understand that, you know what, at an exam, you don't matter. Your opinion is irrelevant. You can write an essay on any opinion you like. The most important is that you write and you structure your essay well, clearly, that you reach the goal set in the criteria of the exam. It's not about you whatsoever. Why do we have exams actually in society? Why? Because we live in a big society. I live in St. Petersburg. It's a very big city. I just look outside the window and I see windows and windows and windows. What are exams about? Exams are just a public confirmation that you can do something. It is not about you. Your opinion doesn't matter. What your feelings don't matter during an exam. An exam is not about you. And you can't change that. We live in such big societies nowadays that, you know what? You can't change it. You complaining about the fairness, you sharing your feelings about the exam might change the exam in 5 years, maybe in 10 years. You can't change it right now. It's not about that at all. A higher authority set this exam. It can be the YEGE or the OGE for us in Russia. These are standard exams at all schools that you need to pass. Why? Because universities need to understand what level English you have. It can be the international exams, IELTS, TOEFL. There are a lot of exams like that that are public confirmation that you have enough English skills to study or to work abroad. There are even the young learners exams. I even find young learners exams do have a goal. It's a public confirmation that this kid has this level exam and can go to the next level. It's also a preparation for these kids to pass exams in the future. So we want to help our students, and Leo wants to help as well, our students go from this no fair state, this no fair frame of mind, to a confident student who's ready to give his best at an exam, who is ready to get the best grade at his exam. And as we saw from Leo's story, there are 2 lessons, and we're going to do exactly the same thing here. We're going to have 2 simple approaches. A first approach where we're going to insist on challenges. Why? Because we need the criteria of the exam to just be clearly implanted in the mind of the student. The student cannot pass an exam well if the student doesn't know and understand the criteria of the exam. Leo got his Oscar when he finally understood what the public, what his peers, and what the jury wanted out of him. Next, we're also going to treat the exam with a bit of humor. Why? Because students need that outlet. I mean, if the exam is not fair and we can't change it, let's at least put some humor in our approach to the exam. Why? Because also this is going to help us internalize the structure, make the structure automatic. Because most exams have such clear structure, in addition to the clear criteria, that you can actually, we know as teachers and professors, we know that there are almost free points at certain exams, that students just need to follow. As long as they've internalized the criteria and they've automated the structure, there's so many free points our students can get at exams. And we can do that by treating the exams with a bit of humor once in a while. We're not mocking the exam. We don't want our students to mock the exam, to belittle the exam, but we can treat the exam with a bit of humor. I mean, I think we all know the wonderful phrase, "That's all I wanted to say." That some exams just almost require, at the end of a speaking part, just to be clear that, hey, the student has finished their part. Well, yes, it's funny. And yes, students are going to repeat it 1,000,000 times before that exam. And they're going to get tired of it. If they can't see a bit of humor in that, they're going to get tired of it. They're going to avoid it. Just have fun with it. That's all I wanted to say. Maybe even as a teacher professor, I had my students, they couldn't accept it at one point. So I had a few series of lessons where at the end of every single lesson, I finished my lesson like that. And you know what? That's all I wanted to say. And I beckoned them all to leave the classroom like that. They found it funny, it was humorous, but I showed them that if I have to do it, I will do it as well. I can. It's funny. It's part of life. Criteria and structure through challenge and humor are going to lead us back to being like Leo, being a confident student, ready to take the exam, ready to get the best grade possible. the highest grade they deserve. So let's move on to the exam criteria now. We have two clear ways forward with our students, and we're teachers, we're professors. We know how exam criteria work. First of all, they're available online. I don't know what. First of all, they're available online. It needs to be clear to students. We need to deliver. The criteria are available online. We need to give them to our students. Even criteria, for example, for our Russian national exams, they're written in Russian. I just simply translated them to English because I think my students can understand them in English, and I provide my students with the exam criteria. Same goes for international exams or local exams. I've prepared students for the French end of school exam as well. Same thing. Just find the exam criteria online. They're in French. You translate them to English and you give them to your students. Give your students the clear criteria. We set up peer evaluation, and we get our students to provide each other with feedback. All of this, we know, is a clear way forward. It's a very solid strategy to prepare our students and to internalize the criteria. It's not just the teacher said so. It's not just the exam or the examiner said so. No, we give our students clear criteria. They're there, they're available. We put students in pairs, and here, peer evaluation. They can do peer evaluation of the speaking part, absolutely no problem. They can do peer evaluation of writing sections as well. We're going to talk a lot about all of that during our conference, our workshops, and the course this week. There's a lot of peer evaluation we can do in exam preparation, a lot of different types of activities. And very important, this peer evaluation need to be followed by feedback, because without feedback in the end, it loses value. And after a few times, students don't pay that much attention to peer evaluation. I can remember doing peer evaluation when I was at school. If a teacher didn't follow through, it felt like an empty part of the lesson. And after some time, all we did with the peer evaluation was give each other fake grades, barely listen to each other. Okay, you get a 16. You get a 16 out of 20. Okay, whatever. It's a good grade. It's not the top one, so it's not suspicious. The teacher is not going to be too demanding. And that's all we did. We need to have a feedback session because students need to reflect on what they heard or what they did. And they need to discuss that, looking at the exam criteria, so that there's actually, it's an actual effort and they're actually thinking about it actively. Now, what can be fun to play around here, because this is, of course, pretty serious, and sometimes exam criteria are a bit difficult for students to perceive at first. I mean, we know exam criteria are not just about grammar or vocabulary. They're about interaction, they're about the communicative goal. There are a lot of different criteria. So there's a way to do this whole process a bit differently to involve the students a bit more in the criteria. I like to change the clear criteria of the exam here and to give my students a bit of fun with mystery criteria. What do I mean by mystery criteria? Of course, it's not mystery for the examiner. If we're going to have peer evaluation, the student who's being the examiner needs to know the criteria. But it can be fun for the student who's taking the exam to not know the criteria. This is going to reinforce in that student that knowing the criteria of an exam is really giving you tips and tricks on what to do at the exam. So how can we do this mystery criteria? It's actually very simple. I ask my students, the ones who are going to be the examiners, to write 3 sentences starting with, I want to hear. We can do exactly the same thing right now, actually, just as a test, just for the fun of it. Everyone who's at home, everyone watching, I don't know why I said at home, you might be in the office. It is Sunday morning, so I'm expecting you to be at home. Everyone watching, simply write 3 simple phrases, I want to hear, and finish with anything. And it can be really anything. It can be grammar structures, it can be types of vocabulary, it can be a number of idioms. I want to hear 5 idioms. It can be more subtle criteria. We know about pronunciation, about communication, things like that. Write 3 simple, I want to hear sentences, and to simulate the exam, I'm not going to take a picture or something like that, but I'm simply going to tell you what I see outside my window for 30 seconds, 45 seconds, and we'll see if I can get a top grade based on your criteria. Me not knowing your criteria. Take 15 seconds, write down 3 sentences. I want to hear, I want to hear, I want to hear. Those are your 3 criteria for my exam. I'm gearing up for my exam. Are my examiners ready? All right. So, I'm a student taking an exam, describing what I see outside my window. Well, first things first, it's clearly a Sunday morning. Why? Not just because it's calm, there are not a lot of people, and I don't see really anyone going to work. Also because there's a construction site not far, and it's absolutely dead. There's no one there. I don't even see a security person walking around or something like that. It is very early, Sunday morning. Nobody's working. I can guess it's Sunday morning as well because I see a few people walking their dogs. There are actually 2 different types of people that I see. It's very interesting. I see one type of person that is obviously a family type person, walking their dog, being slow, taking their time. I think one person is going to the bakery to get some fresh bread or some fresh food for their family in the morning. And there's a second type of person. There are a few young people that seem to be only coming home right now in the early Sunday morning. So they seem to be struggling. They're a bit slower. I think they're coming home instead of going somewhere to take care of their family. So I see 2 types of people. Let's stop it there. It's not a real exam, but just based on your criteria, think about the grade you would give me. I doubt, without knowing any of your criteria, I doubt I got top grade, which, you know what, is kind of unfair. It's unfair. Because I think my English is pretty good, and I think I deserve a top grade at your exam. I like to play this. I like to do activities like this throughout the year, even once my students know the real criteria for the exam, because once they know the real criteria, they already have a good perspective on what it is, what criteria are, and they'll be more realistic about the criteria they give. Typically, at the beginning, the first time you ask students to write criteria, they write grammar points and things like that. I want to hear 3 idioms. I want to hear present perfect continuous and second conditional. That'll show me that you're B1 or B2. They'll stick to that. Then they will go towards something more creative and something more lively. So this exam preparation strategy, it works like a charm, and you need to give your students a peer evaluation form like this. Why? because that's how students take it seriously, and that's how students internalize it. As I said, I remember doing things like this with a few professors and a few teachers when I was a teacher, when I was at school or university. And if you don't follow through, then students don't take it seriously. So I'll give my students a peer evaluation form like this, but this is not over. A peer evaluation form needs much more than this. It needs 3 very important parts, without which I don't take the grade. So first things first, we need a grade. Peer evaluation is only complete when the student that is playing the examiner grades the other. It needs to go full cycle. It needs to be a real simulation of an exam. And as a teacher, I'm ready to take that grade into their whole grades of the year on 2 conditions. 2 conditions. I want to see a proper justification, and it needs to be written down by the examiner student. You need to justify. If you want me to give your students, so it would be a top grade in France would be a 20 out of 20. In Russia, it's a 5 out of 5, for instance. You want me to give your friend, because usually they're classmates, they're friends, a 5 out of 5. I want a real justification, and it needs to be written down by you, referencing criteria. And second of all, it's not just for me, it's for your colleague as well. You need to provide feedback, constructive feedback to your classmate. If you give me a justification, and if you give your classmate proper constructive feedback, then I'm willing to accept that grade in your grade book. This is peer evaluation. Now let's move on to exam structure, another way to internalize the exam, automate the structure. The exam structure is a bit like exam criteria. It's out there. It's out there. We can give our students clear structure. This is how the writing section looks. And this is the type of writing assignments examiners expect. We have clear structure, even for the reading parts, listening parts. There's clear timing, and students, it can't be a surprise at the time of the exam. So we can give our students clear structure. We can also set up peer evaluations. And we can also set up feedback on the structure, on internalizing the structure. But just like the exam criteria, there's a bit of tweaking we can do here to put in humor and to automate. And what we're going to do is take away the peer evaluation, and we're going to challenge our students to race against the clock. Why? Because, let's be honest, the exam structure, it's structured so well that there are so many shortcuts. There's so many ways to quickly go through an exam without making too many mistakes and getting a top grade. Very simply, I'll say, for example, a typical example like this from an exam. If I remember correctly, I took this from the FCE. I believe so. Just guess the form. Instead of actually answering every question, I like to give my students something like 30 seconds to quickly go through this text and just write the form of the answer that they expect. We have simple codes, and for noun, A for adjective, V1, V2, V3 for the 3 forms of the verb, V-ing for the ing form of the verb. It's very simple, and students race through it. Okay, parents are often keen to impress upon their children the noun of being punctual because they see it as an aspect of noun. And consideration, it's also a quality that, boom, boom, boom. And they go through like this, just noun, adjective, V1, V2, V3, V-ing, pom, pom, pom. Similarly, we can simply race to locate the answer. Locate, the answer is here, the answer is here, the answer is here, and you get your top grade. They're peer evaluation, they're great talk show games that we can use. You can use Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You can use Jeopardy, same thing. The conclusion is that really, be like Leo. The message to the students is that exams are a forge of character. There's always going to be an authority that is going to decide whether you deserve an award or a prize, something like Leo. But it's not just that. There are authorities that regulate our paperwork, our bureaucracy, and same thing. You are not important. You can't change a thing about it. It's life. And jobs are exactly the same thing. The message really to our students, it sounds funny, and students accept this message more because I tell them, instead of just telling them, be prepared and work hard, I tell them, you know what, be like Leo. Because if you do work hard and if you are prepared, then maybe one day you'll be like Leo, sipping a cocktail or maybe some tea with Brad Pitt. That's the conclusion, Katrin. I see your...
That's wow. Thank you very much, Anton. You need to stop sharing.
I'm stopping sharing.
Be like Leo. Fantastic. Thank you very much for this brilliant speech. You do always admire and surprise me. We've been running so many projects together, but still every time it's something new. That's amazing. Absolutely incredible. Thank you very much, Antoine.
You're welcome.
Please ask questions on YouTube channel in chat, and we will be responding them after the plenary part during the discussion. And Anton will tell you about all the methods and techniques in more details tomorrow in the workshop and in our course of teachers, which we're given on the 9th through the 11th of June. So do join us. Thank you very much, Anton, again. It was brilliant.
Bye-bye. And talk to you later at the final discussion.
Of course. Peter, so it is time of your plenary speech now. Can you hear me well? Yes.
Yes, Catherine, thank you. I can hear you.
Please introduce yourself just once more for those who have just joined, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, hello, my name is Peter Mitchell. I'm founding head of the Department of Translation Language Communication at Tomsk State University. And today I'm privileged to appear before you. I'd like to thank Catherine very much for her invitation and wonderful organization of this conference. It's great that the online format allows us to include people from so many different countries, so many different backgrounds, and looking at education from different aspects, from different angles. It was interesting listening to Antoine's presentation about the importance of having our learners understand that they need to think not so much about themselves, but about what employers want, about what examiners want, about what other people want in the world, the idea of fitting in to expectations imposed from without. Because when we talk about language education and language teaching in particular, here we're talking about developing a skill which allows our students to go on to professional success in the world. And that's something that I would like to talk about today. When we talk about the skills that people need to develop in the 21st century, we understand that there is a huge gap between schools and universities. We don't always ensure that we teach children in schools those skills that they will need for future success. And even more so when they come to university, we often find students unprepared to study that which they will need for their professional futures. And here I would like to talk about the importance of having a seamless transition from school to university in order to teach students those skills that they will need for the future. If we look at the current situation in the world, we see that we need to create the conditions for a dialogue and creation of transformative social change. We see right now with the creation, especially for us here in Tomsk, of the new Silk Road, we see great importance placed not only on language skills, but also business skills for our students' future success. That means that we need to develop certain skills in our learners that perhaps too little attention has been paid to before. If we look at a skill set for 21st century graduates, we understand that the skills that they need could be divided essentially into three components, the first of which we might call social and communication skills. Social and communication skills can be divided again into such aspects as emotional intelligence, negotiation, cultural intelligence, racial and ethnic differences, and fluency of ideas. We understand that emotional intelligence, of course, is particularly important for being able to adapt oneself to an intercultural team, to people from different backgrounds, ensuring that interaction can take place at a more effective level. Negotiation, of course, fits into this. The idea that we need to be able to work in teams, to be able to take care of the common interest, not only our own personal interest, and often subordinate self-interest to that of a common goal. Cultural intelligence, again, particularly important in our 21st century integrated world, where we understand that the cultural differences that exist between different countries also play an important role in the business world. And that ties in, of course, with racial and ethnic differences when we need to understand the importance of mutual respect for different cultures and different countries, different peoples. We understand, of course, that there is seldom one right way and all the other ways are wrong. We understand the importance of respecting different traditions and different ways of doing things in different landscapes. And of course, this ties in with the fluency of ideas. We need to be more flexible in how we think and how we work and how we act with other people. So social communication skills, we can see, are very well taught through English. When we look at English as a lingua franca, we can essentially, through English, explore the cultural element of different countries, different business practices, and therefore prepare our students for a successful career internationally. If we think about professional and management skills, here, of course, active learning is particularly important. We understand that as the environment changes, as we work in this VUCA world, we understand that we need the ability to adapt, to learn new skills, and to actively be responsible for our own personal development. If we consider product knowledge as well in B2B sales, we understand also the importance of being able to interact and represent a company in a way that allows us to make a real contribution to success. Judgment and decision making again is tied in with this, the importance of being able to arrive at reasoned decisions and make decisions which of course are favorable for our employers. Deductive reasoning as well, leadership and project management. We understand that now employees throughout their professional lives seldom work in one particular role as projects change, transitioning from one into another, and therefore the way that we develop our skills needs also to change, the way that we work in a professional environment. And of course, this is backed up by research skills. We understand that now in our digital environment, the ways that we teach learners to do research also, of course, have to adapt to the 21st century, faced with complex problem solving, system evaluation, system analysis. We need to ensure that our learners are information literate and media literate. We need to think again about learning strategies, speaking about what Antoine was talking about regarding exam preparation, and of course, critical thinking is always important to develop as a professional. We see, therefore, that speaking about a 21st century professional, it is these particular aspects that we need to address in the transition from school to university. And of course, if at school a student is taught these skills, then it makes the transition to university life much, much easier. Unfortunately, we see at the moment an emphasis on exam preparation, which of course is great for entering a university, but not so useful when it comes to actually studying in a university itself. And here we need to address this and find a more reasonable balance. It's particularly important, therefore, to think about the ways that we might partner with different organizations, as we understand that it is seldom the case that one particular organization is able to do sufficient work alone. Here, if we look at a model for how integration might work, we see the importance of a team that includes universities, schools, also, of course, language schools. As Katrine's background shows, language schools have a very important contribution to make to our professional success. And of course, business and government as well, ensuring that our learners are able to address the needs of employers and of society that they will face in their future professional roles. In order to meet the demands for these professionals, right now at Tomsk State University, we are developing a series of innovative programs. These innovative programs will be primarily for language educators who wish to become either specialists in the classroom, experts in teaching, what we might call advanced practitioners, but also for managers in language education, those who are able to affect the change that we will see is particularly important in the 21st century. To this end, we are developing an innovative program, what we call the Global Masters in ELT Leadership. And on this program, of course, we will have not only academic staff teaching, but also a wide number of professionals from various walks of life. And these professionals will include, I very much hope, Katrine as an expert from the language school community, but also, of course, experts from business, from public life, those who will be able to ensure that our learners have an understanding of the kind of skills that are needed after they graduate. We see, therefore, that work needs to be done together, collaboratively, in order to ensure that our learners are prepared for a 21st century future. And by working together, we can ensure that those skills, the 21st century skills, the soft skills, and of course, certain hard skills, computer skills, for example, foreign language skills, we can ensure that our graduates are professionals who are able to work in this environment with a wide range of abilities that will be valued by employers. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to take them. Thank you very much. Katrine?
Thank you very much, Peter. It was a gap online. So it was a great speech, very interesting, really, about the teamwork. And I do look forward to getting your email about a mutual project of language school centers and universities. Really, wow, and impressive. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you once more. Dear participants, please don't forget to text us on YouTube channel to ask the questions. We're going to respond very soon. And it's time of the next speaker. It is the representative of Macmillan Education, Natalia Galanina is a very experienced trainer and expert. And we're very, very glad to have Natalia the second time in our project, because she also was a speaker of Talk 2. So, Natalia, the floor is yours.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Natalia Galanina. I'm a Macmillan Russia teacher trainer, and I'm happy and delighted to be here with you today. In my session, I'm going to talk about some practical and hands-on activities that you can easily implement into your classroom settings, especially when it is an exam class. And as a blurb to my talk today, which is called Optimize Your Exam Skills, I've written following. Exam practice material can be soulless and dry at times, and the task we get our students to do can be divorced from their lives and personal experience. I hope that you tend to agree. It doesn't matter what kind of exam, whether it is Cambridge qualifications or Russian state exam, the activities there are very divorced from real life. Nobody in real life is doing multiple matching activities or multiple choice activities. Some tasks in exam pretend real world context. For example, in speaking part, choose a photo, show it to a friend and describe it. Or in speaking part, for example, write a letter to a friend. But in real life, very few teenage students are writing letters to their friends. So if there a lot of work we ask to do, this work doesn't represent real world activities, so it's a bit of a fiction. These can cause problems with motivation. And I just want you to think about why students become demotivated, especially particularly when they come to exam classes. Remember, young learners come through your door, bright eye, eager to learn. They seem to be enjoying learning English, but then 5 or 6 years later, they lose their enthusiasm and they become demotivated. So, could you think for a moment why that happens? So, what are the main reasons why students become demotivated, particularly when they come to exam classes? So some may say that puberty happens. Some may say that they are motivated, but their motivation has changed. Some may say that they get bored because their routines are the same. So let me show some of my ideas of why the students become demotivated. So first of all, in terms of exam preparation, English becomes an and, not a means. When they come to exam classes, so there's no, it's not a means of communication anymore. It's like similar to the difference between being in nature and experiencing, let's say, butterflies, and being in a museum and seeing butterflies pinned down as an object of study. So this is practically the same. So this can cause motivation. Another reason is boring materials, because they're doing the same and the same again. And the aim of my topic today of my workshop is to show you some of the activities that you may use to make your classroom more vibrant. Because I haven't seen any reasons why exam classes should be dull and boring. I think they should be as vibrant as general English classes. Another reason is repetitive drilling. And I think you agree with Len, who says asking students to drill the same tasks over and over again puts them on autopilot and prevents them from refining and further developing their skills. But one may say that we have to practice, for example, word transformation, and so that's we have to do word transformation. But I think we should do it far less, more repetitive. And another reason is increased accuracy demand. So when they come, particularly in exam classes, so we start to pay essential focus on accuracy, and this emphasis on accuracy also demotivates students. And in terms of preparation for exam, we have to use exam practice materials, which might be dull and boring, as we've already said. So we can use past papers from the previous years. We can use practice exams published, written by publishers to look exactly like real exams, like for example Macmillan does. And we can use exam tasks in course books. And the main reason why we have to do exam practice is that I think it's the fundamental that we have to develop exam skills. And exam skills are vital, because if students don't know anything about exam and they're going to sit an exam, they are at a disadvantage. So the main reason why we should develop exam skills is, and what are the exam skills consist of, the first is the format and structure. So every student should know what exam looks like. For example, in speaking paper, what actually happens in the speaking paper, what are the stages. And if no student should ever enter an exam without relevant exam skills. So format and structure, then rules. Every exam has its own rules. For example, the rule of Russian state exam is to write exact number of words for an essay, or the rule that you have to, or you are going to listen the recording twice. So again, every exam has its own rules. And another very important part of exam skills is strategy. So effective strategies, and they are closely connected to rules. For example, if you can see here, so about multiple matching tasks. So the rules are connected, strategies are connected with rules in the following way. If students had, let's say, 3 hours to do these tasks, so they can read the whole text slowly and carefully, finding an answer to each question. But if the rule says that they have 15 minutes, so they can't do that. They have to scan. So strategies are connected to rules. So these are essentials of exam skills. And all exams require exam skills, as I've already said. So if the students don't know these exam skills, they are at advantage and they might well lose marks. And exam skills are the format, rules, and strategies. However, and this is very important, all the exams, so regardless of the exam, whether it is Cambridge qualifications or Russian state exams, they are not designed to test exam skills. They are designed to test language skills. So, and language skills are reading, writing, speaking, listening. And language skills are not properly developed just by doing exam practice tasks. So, and it's far more difficult and time-consuming to develop all the language skills needed. So that should always be our main focus. If you spend the whole year just doing exam practice, that means that you've developed exam skills with your students very well, but you have wasted the whole year in developing their language skills. And this is more important because exam is designed to test language skills, not exam skills. So we should be teaching, because when we teach, we focus on increasing students' knowledge in language skills. And by doing only exam practice tasks, we are merely testing, and testing is not teaching. There is a very huge difference between this. So let me show you some activities, very easy, so you can adapt material. So if we use exam practice material, it can be soulless and dry times, as we've said earlier. So I stated it is a two-stage process, and I want you, don't be afraid of adapting material. Don't feel restricted by exam format, because sometimes we feel restricted and we feel what we have to do and all the activities the way they are presented in the course books. But at times, we can use exam practice material as a resource and adapt it to suit our purposes. And by our purposes, I mean develop language skills or get the students create their own activities, to get the students just create tests for other students. So let me show what I mean. So it's a two-step process. So step one is when you are a bit more creative, probably. You just you adapt the activity. And then step two, when you do it as a straight exam practice. For example, this is part two from the reading part, Russian state exam. It's multiple matching. And the idea is following. So step one, so we adapt it, make it more interesting, more engaging. And I want to switch from the exam practice to developing language skill, because this is the key. So step one, students cover parts of sentences 1 to 7. They read for gist. And in pairs or small groups or in groups of 3, they come up with their own parts of sentences to fill the gaps. And then they share their ideas. This is very easy. Probably they won't guess the correct answer because they're creating their own parts of sentences, but we are developing their language skills. And the skills tested here is text, logic, coherence, cohesion, and more importantly, lexical and grammatical referencing. And then you do this as a straight exam tasks. But I think that step one was even more useful than just doing exam practice, and exam practice, as I've told earlier. So let's have another example. So this is listening part 1 from Russian state exam. So again, it's multiple matching. And before they listen as step 1, so when we adapted to develop language skills, not only exam skills, because we want to teach them and not to test them. Each student chooses sentences 1 to 7 and writes down their own sentence. That means the same thing without using any of keywords in the sentence given. And they keep it a secret which one they've chosen. So this is merely paraphrasing. So they have to pick up a sentence. For example, number 2, a cafe should be quiet if it wants to attract readers. So I keep it a secret and I write my own sentence, which means exactly the same, but I paraphrase it. For example, a public place where you could drink coffee, so my students once wrote, could be, shouldn't be noisy if the people who come there to read would be able to do it. And then they read out their sentences and they have to guess which sentence was the initial sentence. So, and the skills we're practicing here, the skill focus is just the paraphrasing, working out with synonyms. And then you do it as a straight exam task. Then let me show you some activities, some tasks or assessment that you can easily use instead of traditional pen and paper tests or assessment. So this is very popular, tic-tac-toe, and you can use this grid to test your students, for example, the vocabulary from the unit. It can be adjectives, for example. And all of you know the rules. They put a note around the word or a cross, so whichever they choose, if they are able to, let's say, give a sentence we're using this with this word, or give a definition or a synonym, or give an antonym of this word. And so this very simple activity, when they compete with each other in pairs or in groups, it's just you are doing what you want to do. So, and you find out what you want to do, right? So you check their how well they know the vocabulary or how well they can construct the sentences. They're just simple indicative sentences. So this is very simple. They can create it for themselves, and here are a million of ideas you can use it. For example, here is like step 1 again. These are phrasal verbs, and the students have to do, for example, definitions or use them in sentences. And you check and you test, if you want, their ability again to construct the sentences and to use them correctly in their sentences. And then you do straight exam tasks, because they can see lots of phrasal verbs or collocations probably, or the words which are easily confused, but they have slightly different meaning. Another activity which I also like, and I hope that my students also like it, is just, again, you take an exam practice material. Sometimes they're very interesting and useful, and I think it's a pity when you've done you've checked it, and then you've just put it away. So we can exploit it a little bit further. For example, this is a text, again, with gap fills, and so it's multiple matching. And again, you use this grid. So you write the answers. And the aim is to find in the text, find the sentence where the answer is, and then to construct a correct grammatical question. So this is, again, very, very useful activity. So first they locate, so because this is written for specific information, and then they have to create the correct question. For example, this one was easy. For example, when was he born? But there are some advanced questions, because the answer provides them with these more advanced question. And working with vocabulary like this, it aids memory retention. If you start working with words, it activates schemata, so it's very useful in terms of developing language skills. And of course, as already said, we can use the practice test materials. We can squeeze as much as possible and exploit them further. So another activity which I ask my students to do, and this is very important, and I think this is engaging when you get students create testing materials for the other students. This is being an editor. So you take a text, any text. It can be from reading part, from use of English part, or it can be an audio script, for example. And then you show them how to do it. You just write everything as a one big word, and the students have to find capital letters, then find where the sentence ends and put a full stop, or if there is a comma, they have to put comma. So this is very easy and very practical activity, because the punctuation is marked, and there's even a criterion in writing part. And they can easily do it for themselves, for the other students. Another activity is called spelling detective. So again, you use text which you've read or you've listened. It's from the practice test written by Macmillan. And then you just use correction liquid fluid, and you just cover some of the letters. So these are the words and the text that the students know. So they know the vocabulary, they know what the text was about. It can be just one paragraph or two sentences. And then they have to restore the words. They have to fill in the gaps with letters. And then they can easily do this. And this is very effective activity, again, because when they do this, they choose the letters. Probably they test themselves first. So this is the two-way process, I think. I know that you've got millions of your own activities that you can use with your students, and my aim here is to show you the activities, how to make exam classes more engaging, because they lose motivation. So here is an example from Optimize, and this is the text which is called Video Games and Life Skills. And again, this is an exam task activity, so they have to fill the gaps. This is multiple matching, so sentences have been they have to insert sentences here. And after we've read it, and there's a listening, you can listen to it if you want, this because there's a recording. So before giving them the task of an essay, and this is a very very good idea to use the text that you've read and you know the vocabulary as a source of ideas for an essay. For example, I've converted it into playing video games might teach you real life skills. What is your opinion? So instead of just giving them these tasks as a homework, so we might do some activities in the class. So they do brainstorming. So of course they can generate their own ideas. And they just come up with, if each of them come up with even one idea, then they've got lots of ideas. And I ask them to steal ideas from the text. So this is the idea. And then we always, it's not a game probably, you can call it a game, it's tug of war, when they work as teams, and you use here the competitive spirit of teenage students. And then they start to play this game, like tug of war. And when they come with ideas, So these are ideas, for example, for when we agree that computer games can develop our life skills, these are ideas against, and then they play this game. And again, we practice vocabulary, we activate schemata, and then when they come home, it's easier for them to write an essay because we've generated so many ideas. They've pronounced them. They actually there was a kind of a debate with the tug of war. This is the element of competition. And then I also like this activity. So if you've got course books and there's a text or listening text or even writing text, that and there's a picture and there's the text with a problem to discuss, like this, I ask my students to think of an essay title. So this is very useful activity when they understand the essence of the essay title, that should be controversial, that should be a problem. And they've come up with different ideas. And then we just compare it with the idea given in the course book. So this one was taken from Gateway B2+. People should be forced to travel by bicycle rather than by car for all journeys. And so believe me, they come up with different ideas, which just, and I think, even more creative than this one, if we call it creative. And then another activity which I want to share with you today is Chalk Talk. This is very popular nowadays. It's a silent discussion on paper that invites all students to be active members of the learning process. So you put posters on two parts of your class, of your classroom, and then they silently they come up, again, they generate ideas and they write them. And then they've got arguments for, arguments against, and it's easier for them to write an essay afterwards. So we make it more interesting. It's I mean, it's different than just give a task at home or just write anything on the board, just a bit of a twist. And again, tug of war, and they are ready because all their ideas and all the arguments for and against, they've been generated. They can see it on paper, so they can take a photo of it. And of course, as I already mentioned, we can get our students to create activities by showing them how to do it, and the activities to test others, to assess others. And I think it's also engaging and motivating, especially in an exam classes. So this is collocation flower, and the idea is very simple. So each petal, you can see word on each petal. So first you show it how to do it, and you can start it even with your some 6th graders, 7th graders, just teenage students, even if it's not in an exam class. And the word in the middle, so some kind unite all the words. So it's a collocation. And I can show you that some of the collocation flowers done by students, but done by my students, and just to prove that it's very easy. And then they can do it just to test each other. So you can ask them to look up the collocations in a dictionary as a homework, or they can look back the unit you've just covered, and then they swap their collocation flowers and they test each other. And the teacher, so you do nothing, so all the work is done by your students. And what you're doing here, you're just testing the vocabulary. And another example, just to show that it's doable. And then I also like student-made gap fills. I start implementing these types of activities from when they are between ages, I think. And this is the example how I like to show it. So you take a text, any text from the course book, then you make a photocopy of it, and you ask the students again to use the correction fluid just to cover the words. So they cover the words, and then they swap it with other students. They want just to test other students' ability to reconstruct the text. And this simple activity just shows the students from an early age the essence of testing. And I want to say that none of my students, for example, and have covered the word Pancho, it's a name, or 11 years, because they understand that it's impossible to guess the name or an age of the person. So they understand, they co-construct the text. It's very useful. And I think when they get older, they can use it just in exam preparation. So this is how it works. And then again, we take any text. It can be written text, it can be audio script, as you can see here from the teacher's guide. And then they just they make gap fills for themselves, and I show them how to do it. And then when they understand this, so I think that it's easier for them to do the tests themselves afterwards. For example, they decide for themselves which parts of grammar they want to test. For example, are cleared, it's a verb. Our, it's a pronoun. And then they think of the word, the root word probably, or the prompt. For example, clear, we, and then so they make gaps for the other students to test them. So for us, gap clear, and they understand they are cleared. So this is the like so-called reverse process probably of creating a test. And another on word formation. So they choose the words for themselves, and then they think of the word, the root word, because these are the derivatives, and they may think of the whole word family. Of course, you monitor. And for example, from occasionally, if they write occasion, from seemingly, they think that the root word was seem, believe was derived from belief, and so on. And then they create their own tests, their own gap fills activities, because this is gap fill. But it doesn't look like gap fill for them, because it was just one short paragraph probably. And they, again, you do nothing as a teacher. All your students, they test themselves. And at the same time, you test them, those who just create those tests. And as for speaking part, I also have some ideas, probably you will also use them, because speaking, again, this is a skill, it's not knowledge. And I think you would agree with me that learning to speak in a foreign language is like playing a musical instrument or like driving a car. And so how does one go from this stage, when you're a learner, to this stage when you are a confident driver, for example, or a confident user of English? So of course, there should be practice, practice, and practice. So you have to know, again, you have to know the rules, you have to know the formats, but you have to practice a lot. And in terms of these tasks, for example, this is task 3. Again, it pretends like real world tasks, but it's a fiction, we know. When you have to describe, choose a photo and describe it to a friend. It's a photo from your photo album. And let me show you some ideas that you can also use with your exam classes. They're not new, you all use them, but they're in the course book, and that's easy just just you see them and you do them, and if they work, you start implementing it again and again. For example, before starting describing the photo, brainstorm as many words and phrases as possible related to the photo. Again, you divide them into teams and use the competitive spirits of your teenagers. And this is a vocabulary tennis. And so they start thinking of the words that would never come into their memory bank before, because they're competing with the other team, and they just different colors, different objects of clothing, something on the table. So they try to recollect, to retrieve as many words as possible from their memory bank. Another very useful activity, which is in the course books again, is before describing the photo. So this is, again, if you remember our procedure, step 1, we adapt it a little bit. So we give them questions first: who, where, when, what, why, and how. For example, who? This is my sister, for example. Where? She's in her room. In the evening, she's doing her homework because we are studying at home with this online teaching because of the coronavirus outbreak, for example. Where she is lying because I think it's her favorite place to study online, and so on. And then you can do it as an exam task. This is step 2. Do it as a straight exam task. And we have to repeat the task. And research evidence shows that giving feedback and then asking learners to repeat the task can produce real improvements in the quality of learners' production. So this is very important, giving feedback. So you have to give feedback, always give feedback, and then they do it again. They repeat the task. Only this gives improvements. It's not just repetitive drilling, as we mentioned at the beginning of our talk. Probably some of you know the concept of speed dating, and you can use this in your classroom. So they just find a photo which they really want to show to your partner, and you put them in rows, and then they just talk to a partner. So one of them is listening, one of them is speaking. They're describing the photo, and you can use it first as an adaptation, or they can describe it as an exam format, straight exam format. I've chosen photo because so I took this, and so on. And then they just swap partners. So this is very useful. So the teacher monitors. So this is very important, that they monitor, that you give feedback, and then they just when they swap their partners, you can see real improvements, because they repeat the task, but it's meaningful. It's not meaningless when just they repeat the task and they repeat the same mistake again and again. So what's the point of this? And another activity which might be not so motivating, but I think it's really useful, that's why I want to share it with you. It's using their recording. You know that a practice test by Macmillan, they have online simulator which records their speaking parts, and the teacher then marks them using the online platform. And the idea is, it's very simple, but it's really useful. I practice it at the beginning of the preparation, and sometimes just right prior to the exam. So they record themselves, and this is a function here. And then I want them to make a script of their recording, the full script, even the hesitation words and the fillers they use, like her, well, and so on. And then they work with their partner and they analyze the scripts, and you help them, because the teacher also monitors. So you monitor, you correct the mistakes, and then they repeat the task, they record it again. So this is very useful. And moreover, it is useful even with more advanced students, because we've got students who don't make any mistakes, but there is a room for improvement for them as well. For example, some of my students who are B2, but they keep repeating the same words like good, nice, interesting, and they just make a script of the recording, and then they mark the word which they can use differently. They can use different range of vocabulary. So instead of good, they use, for example, or nice, they can use fabulous, magnificent, terrific, and so on. So there is also room for improvement. And I've shown you very simple types of activities. We can use them instead of just giving them exam practice material all the time. They monitor progress or lack thereof. If there is no progress, you can also see this. So they motivate to try harder, and they show what to do next, because we find out what we want to find out, right? So we see whether they know phrasal verbs or not, whether they know that we and our are the same pronouns. And I want to finish my talk today with a little quotation which I found very interesting and which shows the essence of testing. There is a connection between the word assessment and the word bench. So in the etymology of the word assessment, this very interesting idea. So the root of the word assessment is from the Latin assidere, which means to sit beside. And that means when we want to test someone, to assess the work, we have to sit beside the student in order to help them to be prepared for exam. So I hope that you found that interesting. I hope that it helps. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Thank you very much, Natalia. It was a very interesting, engaging talk full of very useful information. Thank you again. So, and dear colleagues, now we are going to watch a short video of me interviewing Ken Wilson, another speaker who is going to give a workshop tomorrow, as well as other speakers. So do enjoy watching and join us tomorrow. You still can register. So we are beginning.
Hello everyone. I'm Katrin Wild, the head of Tomsk Open Project, and today we have a very special guest, Ken Wilson. Hello, Ken.
Hi, Katrin. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. What about you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's a lovely sunny morning here in London.
Oh, and it's been raining in Siberia, so you see, we have different
Well,
situation.
we need the rain. We need the rain.
Exactly. Can you tell us more about yourself, about your teaching training experience?
Okay, hello, I'm Ken Wilson, and I've been working in English language teaching for more than 50 years, so longer than all of you have been alive. And in the first years, I was a teacher. Now, of course, I'm a native speaker teacher, and I do hate this distinction between native speaker teachers and non-native speaker teachers. But the first difference was that I worked in London with a multilingual class. So I had 14 students in the class maximum, which is great. And there could be 5 or 6 different nationalities in the room. Now, most of my peers, the people who do what I do, teacher train, write books about methodology, we all started in that working circumstance, teaching a multilingual class. This represents about 3% of the teaching situations around the world. So the first thing we should do as teacher trainers is recognize the situation for the majority of teachers. And that's what I hope to do as a teacher trainer, because after I worked as a teacher in London, I then joined a theatre company called the English Teaching Theatre, and we took a show for learners of English around the world. We went to 55 different countries. Well, I didn't go to 55 as an actor, I was the director after a while, but we took our show to 55 different countries where, of course, the audiences were monolingual audiences. And during that time, I was lucky enough to be able to watch a lot of classes given by non-native speaker teachers. And I say, I don't like this distinction between native and non-native, but unfortunately, in the world, there is still an idea that we, the native speakers, are somehow experts in teaching languages, and this could not be more wrong. I really believe that the people who really know about teaching the language are the people who learned English first and then went on to teach it. And the best situation, certainly for beginners and elementary students, is when the teacher in front of you is somebody who speaks your language and learned English from your language perspective. So I want to just say that to start with, that I am a native speaker and people call me an expert, but I'm only an expert because I'm really old and I've been doing this for a long time. And that's my only expertise comes from experience. My expertise has nothing to do with me being a native speaker. In fact, me being a native speaker, for many of us, is actually a problem because we do not understand the reality for teaching in the rest of the world. So that's my main thing. I want to just tell teachers before I say anything to them. So I've been very fortunate because I had this experience of being a teacher and a teacher trainer and working with my theatre company. And then when I became a bit too old to go on stage and play the guitar, so when I was about 42, I realized I was on stage playing the guitar like I was some kind of teenager with this show, and I thought, I've got to stop doing this now. And I sat at home thinking, what shall I do now? And by serendipity, an invitation came through the door to write or to join a team writing course materials. So I've been writing course materials for the last 25 years. And during that time, of course, I've also produced a lot of audio. I tried to produce the audio for the books that I write. And I think, again, watching classrooms where listening is the key has been of great interest to me. And this is why my talk for you next week will be called, Is Anybody Listening? Because it's a fascinating situation. And one of the things I find most extraordinary is the way in which we believe as teachers, we're standing there, you know, a Russian teacher, a Brazilian teacher, doesn't matter who it is, standing there with their personality, with their facial expressions, with their enthusiasm, and delivering aspects of the language. Somehow, these people believe it's actually useful to stop speaking and to switch on a machine in the corner and have some voice coming out of this machine, a native speaker voice, and that might be more useful for the students to listen to than the teacher themselves. And so I find that quite extraordinary. But the main reason why I want to do this talk is really about asking teachers, if they are working on allowing their students or encouraging their students to listen to each other. This is the third aspect of the listening to the teacher, listening to that stupid machine in the corner, which I think can be often a waste of time. But the third aspect is, do the students listen to each other? And unfortunately, a lot of classes are designed, if you like, or the natural way that classes work is that everybody concentrates on the teacher. The teacher is the central force in the room. And if I can make one observation about non-native speaker teachers in certain societies, is that they do allow themselves to be the main focus of the class all the time. And this, I think, is a serious, serious problem. That the focus of the class should be the students themselves interacting with each other. But the problem often is the students often don't like it. You know, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Teacher stands at the front, the normal classroom of chairs in front of each other, which is a terrible way to learn a language. If you're looking at the back of somebody's head, and the teacher says somebody on the front row, ask them a factual question. What's the capital of Peru? And the student says, Lima. Say, Lima, correct. What's the capital of Argentina? Buenos Aires, says the student. Buenos Aires, well done. What's happening all the time is the teacher is repeating the answer. So the concentration of the students is always on the teacher, not on the person who answered. And if you just try one little thing, which is to say, what's the capital of Lima? What's the capital of Peru? The student says Lima. I said, very good. Did you all hear that? The student will say, well, no, I wasn't.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, ask her. And they go, what? Ask her. She's the one who knows. Okay. So they ask. And that's the start. But it's the start of a process which is really very good for the students because it encourages them to listen to each other and to learn from each other, to learn aspects of language, to learn new words. There's one or two activities I'm going to do with you where I hope students will learn new words from each other, but also to learn little bits of factual information. And you as the teacher, you cannot be the fountain of information about everything in the world. You know, you should know more English than your students, but why should you know more about sport or music, you know, or information technology? As soon as you're a teacher, it probably means you're over 21. And if you're over 21, you're an adult. As far as a 14-year-old is concerned, if you're 22 years old, you may as well be 92 years old. You are no longer from their group, okay? You are outside their group. So the chances that you know about social media and information technology are zero, or the realities of modern. So, you know, we always think, oh, I know about social media. I know about Facebook. Facebook? Facebook is about nearly 20 years old now. What's Facebook? Do you know about TikTok? What? You know, so it's this kind of, it's constantly changing, and that's fine. It's not a problem for you, the teacher. You don't have to keep up because your students, if you have teenage students, they will keep up for you. If you have adult students, that's not quite the same problem. But these are the things I'm interested in. Generally speaking, as I say, as a native speaker teacher, I try and take away this ridiculous idea that people like me are better at things. In particular, and I don't want to be rude about native speakers, but if a 21, 22-year-old native speaker turns up in your town and starts teaching the language, you know, anybody who's come from a British school system now does not learn about grammar anymore. They don't teach grammar, which is fine. They teach about communication in English studies at schools, which is great. So people can leave school, leave university without knowing what an adjective is, you know? And then, but if that person then goes into teaching, it really is quite useful to know what an adjective is. So when they come on our training courses, our initial CELTA training courses, it's extraordinary how little native speakers, and they can be great people with great communication skills, but they know absolutely nothing about how language works. Whereas your teachers, your Russian teachers, done the hard work. They learnt the language, they enjoyed the language. And then hopefully they went to teacher training college where they were given some kind of methodology. So this is my main thing, to support and encourage non-native speaker teachers, because not only are you the majority in the world, 95% of teachers in the world of English are non-native speaker teachers, and about 95% of classes are monolingual classes. This is the reality. What you do is the reality. What I do is a niche, a small thing.
That's wonderful, very impressive experience. And Ken, I personally look forward to listening to your speech and to a workshop. And when I firstly saw one of your speeches online, I was really impressed when you shared your ideas. It was really wow, and having you among top 3 speakers is really great. The teachers already contacted our team asking questions about different speakers, about you and about the program. Actually, everybody can read more about your workshop on our official website, the details of that. And it's great that the audience will be able to ask questions through Zoom, actually even talk to you. And we all look forward to fruitful discussions and further collaborations probably, because what you saying is really surprising. It was surprising for me to hear that, and for most Russian teachers of English, we see things differently. Absolutely agree with you, because yes, it's not our native language, but there are some advantages of that, as you said. That's wow. We should praise ourselves a little bit. Okay.
It's much better. It's much better. It's much better for you, you know, because the teacher knows the things that she found difficult when she was learning, and that when they get to that part, she'll have to spend a little bit more time on it. A native speaker doesn't know that thing about a language group that he or she goes to. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Because we're all locked down, we can't go anywhere. I mean, it's been a very strange experience for people like me who would normally go, you know, and I probably, my carbon footprint is terrible as a result. You know, I might make about 6 or 7 visits to other countries every year to do training, and which I really, really enjoy. But I'm aware with lockdown that doing these things online can be quite enjoyable and useful as well. But also the fact is, I'm contributing to improving the environment by not flying anywhere, you know, and I mean, it's extraordinary. I mean, you know, you live in a city, and we live in a city that the air quality in London has improved by 80% because there are hardly any planes, because of the planes not flying. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's really incredible. So out of this terrible situation, there are certain advantages, and I think because you know, Katrina, I want to thank you very much for inviting me to do this, because I am now able to accept invitations to do the strangest things. You know, on Sunday I did a talk for a group of teachers to do an online drama training course, which is organized by a woman in Buenos Aires, Argentina. So the group it's a multinational group around the world. And I was, again, just sitting here at home. It's nice with the same picture, this painting by my daughter behind me, and 2 teddy bears that you can see as well. My constant companions. Okay, so thank you very much for asking me to do this. I'm looking forward. I'll see you guys again on Monday, and goodbye for now. Take care.
Thank you very much, Ken. Bye-bye.
Interesting questions you keep sending to us on YouTube. Please continue doing that, and let me draw your attention a little bit to tomorrow event of workshops. So the 8th of June 2020, you see, we start at the same time tomorrow at 9 Moscow time. We're going to have absolutely great, brilliant speakers. Tatiana Feinstein, Elena Pazzi, Anton Mark, Catherine Wild, Ken Wilson. So we will be continuing talking about the most effective teaching techniques and methods, going deeper and deeper into this knowledge. Do join us, you still can register. And now something very interesting and a bit unexpected to spice up our conference a bit. Anton, could you please turn on your camera and microphone? We are waiting for you.
Give me a second. There we go.
Okay,
Hello.
so I'm so glad to see you once more. As I told our dear participants, that is a bit unexpected part of our conference, but it's going to be something very excited. I couldn't wait to announce. It is our partnership project of Smaterina. Dear guests, let me tell you that Anton Mark and Tom Weisman are the creators of great, unique materials, and one of the most popular, I could say, and the most interesting for brainstorm students, my students, are grammar games, tense build, and short answer races. I believe those colleagues who are watching us now are using those or have heard about these cards games, as they call, and at this time of stay at home, there was a great need to transfer these games online, and it has happened, and I'm happy to announce Materina project. Antoine, tell us a little bit more about these great materials and methods.
Well, I think a picture is worth 1,000 words, as always. So I know you have a very good video of your students playing it. It's a perfect demonstration. The whole idea, as I talked about previously in the morning talk, when I think of language, and it's not just here about exam preparation, overall there are two different things. There's the actual machine, for example, the car, the engine, all that can be automated. It's the grammar, the vocabulary. And then there's the actual driver driving this car somewhere. And that's all the communication skills. And here you're talking about those grammar games. The grammar needs to be automated.
Absolutely.
I do the same thing for my Russian. I cannot think about every tiny little cases. This is completely different. It's the same thing. Russian students struggle with the article because we don't have articles in Russian. The opposite is true for us. I had only heard of cases when I briefly studied a bit of Latin. So I don't have the logic of thinking about, wait, I'll change the ending of the word because of the function it has in this. Can't think about it. It has to be done. It has to be automated. And there are plenty of great drilling games, drilling activities to do just that, to automate.
Yes.
I think a picture is worth 1,000 words. In this case, a video is worth 1,000 words.
Oh, okay. I believe we have this video. So, top team, are you ready to play our Smaterina battle video? So, Anton, please stay with us.
I will. Come on. All of you, every single, it's not that one brainstorm student beats us is not good enough. We need every single brainstorm student to beat.
April 15th, and we'll upload the results on Instagram stories, okay?
If you want beat records, ask me.
Sorry. It was me like
it was a good start.
Do we live in Germany?
No, it doesn't. Maybe one more time?
1832, Igor.
One more time.
Am I standing up?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Nice, but
Will you study English before that?
Yes, I do.
Oh! And you could do that. Those milliseconds are crazy fast. Was it yesterday a good holiday?
Yes, it was.
Do we study English every day?
Yes, we do.
Are you going to call me later?
Yes, I am.
Is the teacher going to give us homework?
Yes, she is.
Undefeated!
I can't.
Did the teacher bring cookies to the lesson?
Yes, she did.
Yeah! Are we dancing?
Yes, we are.
Oh, wow! 25! Do your neighbors wear hats?
Yes, they do.
Do you like coffee?
No, I don't.
Oh, yeah!
So everybody could hear that woman screaming so loudly. I can't help but get so excited supporting my students, and I'm the happiest teacher ever. I have already told you, because my own students have beaten my record. That's incredible. Actually, I could hardly believe that. But watching that, Anton, I've gotten an idea. You're great expert and methodologist, the creator of these grammar games. I believe you can beat the record of my students, of brainstorm students, right?
Let's say right. Let's say right. As you said, it's more about the speed of speech and everything, and it's personal to everybody. But I accept the challenge.
Oh yeah, there's a historical moment of top 3. We can start playing. I'll let my students know tomorrow. Thank you very much for accepting the challenge. And we're starting on Monday.
Because I didn't come to Tomsk, it's kind of a little treat.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Antoine. And it's time of another plenary speech. Hisham.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Catherine. Thank you very much for having me today. I really appreciate it. It's given me a really great pleasure to join you in this conference today. I think we're all living unusual circumstances, so so the presentation I'm going to be talking about today is very much relevant to, I hope, a wide range of practitioners. My name is Dr. Hisham Sakbini, and I'm the Regional Head of Assessment for Cambridge Smith English part of the University of Cambridge. One of the main things that that I look after is the choice of assessment tools to be used in the classroom. And I think this provision has given me a great scope as well to expand on my own research interests, which are related particularly to researching to educational inclusion. And one of the most important ideas when it comes to educational inclusion for my part are related to how can we make sure that all learners are exposed to innovative and unique assessment methods. So the focus of today was really on how can we make our learning in the classroom, particularly in these unconventional times, more motivating. And how can we make sure that the assessment piece is used practically as a learning tool? So there are plenty of exciting things, and this is mainly a result of a continuous research that the University of Cambridge is carrying out, focusing on what we call today learning-oriented assessment. So I'll share with you my presentation. So I hope that you will enjoy this this presentation as much as I'm sure I will. So the ultimate idea really that I'm focusing on is getting that extra bit of new skills that can add to your already existing portfolio. And I think there is always room for improvement. I think there's always room for new ideas and new approaches. And I can't see anything more relevant today than looking at how can we link whatever we do in the classroom with the reality, with the real world. How can we make sure that our work is relevant? How can we make sure that the materials, the resources, the examples are all relevant to the classroom discussions and the classroom talks? Now, all my previous colleagues in the presentations they shared talked about really interesting and useful ideas, but this would be slightly more research focused. So I'll be particularly focusing on the basis, the theoretical basis of what we're doing, and how can we apply that in practice in the classroom. And I think the challenge that we as Cambridge Assessment are always focusing on is how can we basically relate the content to the practicality of assessment. How can we make sure that the language learning that we develop and we design is actually relevant and appealing. And being appealing here is crucial, particularly when it comes to learning online, because there are hundreds of resources that are available out there. And obviously the selection should be based not only on the content, but also on what creates a motivational force that, as Vroom in the 60s talked about, how can we create a motivational force that would push our learners to learn more and to study more. So the starting point of all my work really is related to the context. The context of learning is really one of the most important ideas that we as practitioners should look at. personalities or classrooms have personalities exactly as individuals. Classrooms have a structure, have their own incentives and own attractions to learners. I mean, you think about it. How many of us really looked at or were attracted to certain classrooms in various stages of our lives or our studies that simply were a result of an interesting program or interesting teacher that we love to attend their sessions. Now, one of the main bases of my work is based on this pyramid that we have in front of us on the screen, and I think the main thing that that attracts me to this particular theory is the fact that we have a guideline. We have an interesting notion related to how can we attract and how can we engage learners. So my starting point is not how do we learn, but how can we keep learning going? How can we ensure that learning is continuously taking place even after we finish a classroom? So continuity of learning is really the underpinning concept, and I would like really to remind everybody of this term, continuity of learning, and how can we ensure that that continuity is actually taking place once we finish a program. Now, the starting point of that discussion is, or can be traced back to the 60s. Now, in the 60s, they talked about various forms of learning, and obviously we'll see how the concept of teaching and learning has shifted over the years. But one thing remarkable in this theory is the fact that we have statistical evidence that learning can be achieved and can basically maintain a very high level of memory in terms of memory and retention based on what we call getting involved in activities. So being actively engaged in a specific exercise or a specific activity can lead to a higher level of knowledge retention. So the starting point here is very simple. If I get my learners engaged, then I will achieve better learning. And this is opposed to the traditional forms of verbal learning and visual learning, etc. But the interesting point here, as I said, is the fact that the starting point of learning is being active. So that's my first buzzword. Please bear this in mind as we continue throughout the presentation. So active learning is key for knowledge retention and as such knowledge creation. We'll see in a minute. So the structure of involvement will be ultimately reflected on the classroom environment, the classroom climate. And as I stated at the beginning, that basically classrooms do have personalities just like people. So the starting point of all our work is exactly that. How can we build a personality for our classrooms? How can we make sure that our classrooms are attractive? And when I say classroom here, I don't only refer to the physical classroom. I'm also talking about the online classroom or the virtual classroom. An interesting notion that I would really spend some time talking about here is what Kolb talked about in the 80s of the last century. I don't want to bore you with theories, but these are really relevant to what I'll be talking about in a minute. So we've got the first notion, which is expanding our knowledge retention through active participation, active involvement. But the second notion, which I would like you to keep in mind throughout this presentation and hopefully after that, is the fact that learning is not a static feature. Learning is not something that you get from a book or something that you can study through various courses. Learning is created through knowledge, and knowledge is created through the transformation of experience, particularly when it comes to language. So the notion here, and I think it's quite interesting for us to think about for a minute, that knowledge is simply created through the transformation of experiences. What does that mean? the active experimentation, and then concrete experience, which is doing, and then reflective observation through reflection, and then abstract conceptualization. These four elements in Kolb's theory are, well, to a certain extent divorced from reality. For a simple reason, that obviously we as teachers don't always have the freedom to reach a concrete experience level. Now, I can't ask people to build a house for an engineering class, for example. However, I can model it, you know, I can stimulate it. I can basically look into other forms of concrete experiences. How does that relate to English language learning? Now, there are various forms that underpin the concepts that Dale and Kolb talked about, which are the basis of our theory that's coming in a minute. Developing positive feelings is my starting point. How can we ensure that these guys that are listening to my presentation today are really engaged? The starting point is an emotional point. The starting point is how I basically create that positive feeling among my learners. How can I ensure that the reaction of my learners is a positive one? And to reach that, there are various tools. In a class, of course, we have more autonomy and we have more control over the type of feedback that we give. Carol Dweck, in her research, talked about developing a growth mindset. Developing a growth mindset among young learners in particular is very much related to how we give feedback to our learners. How basically we are praising their hard work instead of their intelligence. In other words, how can we create a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset? I'm not going to dwell too long on this particular point because that's something that requires a lot of time and lots of attention on it. But just as an idea, I think it's quite important to bear in mind that the emotional factor in learning is one of the most important. Because ultimately, exactly as we see, things moving forward from a positive spectrum, we can also experience unsuccessful learning. I mean, we in many cases end up with a class that we attended in school or university where we felt, oh, that was a waste of time. I didn't basically get what I wanted to get. And simply, we tried to summarize some of these experiences and some of these reasons behind them, and we related them to 3 or 4 different groups. And on top of that list is the opportunity to, or the lack of opportunity to participate, to practice, and to learn safely from mistakes without being criticized, without being punished. Bad feedback is also another important element that we would like to always highlight. Fear of failure and increasing and uncontrolled competition among learners. And lack of effective communication of exploring the value of what we are basically doing. And of course, lastly, the conceptual element of learning. I don't understand it. I don't understand what's being taught, what's being delivered. So what we take from all of these different ideas is an interesting notion. What we take from all these different ideas is that learning is an emotional journey that starts with us and ends by simply transforming these experiences into something that we can apply safely. To learn a language, for example, I will only be able to use the language or use the vocabulary once I master, once I break that fear factor and build my confidence through practice. So that means if I'm to combine these 2 elements together, I did the following exercise. I merged the 2 ideas. that Dale talked about in active learning and Kulp talked about in the exponential learning, and put it in one structure. So I summarized the main elements that are important to the success or the successful learning experience as follows. In order to learn, we need to have a specific interest or a specific motivation. And that I branded that as wanting. And then there is a need to learn out of necessity, or because I don't want to come across as not cool in a classroom where there are hundreds of other students. So saving face, if you like. And then another important element of my model is doing, practice, trial and error. And then another important element is feedback, and then most importantly afterwards, digesting. And with digesting, basically you gain ownership. It makes sense, it clicks. So I summarized from all the research that's been being, kind of analyzed and studied over the past 40 years or 50 years, and we put them in 5 categories. Now, to make this more conceptually clearer, we put in a diagram. And the diagram mainly is divided into 4 elements. So wanting and needing on are the first point, then doing, then feedback, and then the digesting. Please bear this in mind, because this will be the basis of all the work that we will be exploring in a minute. So one of the most important elements that are, I think, worth exploring and focusing on widely is the fact that, the concept of teaching has changed. The approach to teaching has changed. Let's compare between some abstract terms that were used in the 60s and the 70s to what's being used now in the year 2020. The concept of teaching has changed from telling learners what to do, what they need to know, to in the 80s and the 90s to developing a concept of learning where we're engaging learners. And obviously we're emphasizing on what they need to know. The model that we're focusing on these days is what we call the discovery model, where we encourage learners to seek knowledge on their own. So my role as a teacher is not to give them everything abstractly and bluntly. My role as a teacher is to show them the way, give them the guidance, and let them discover knowledge on their own. Because according to what we were just saying, knowledge is only created through the transformation of experience. And in order to achieve that, we have to bear in mind that there are certain elements related to the needs, the wants, the doing, and the feedback that we give, and the reflection and the digesting. So how can we do that? We have a very powerful tool that we always focus on. We have an interesting tool that we at Cambridge Assessment English are always focusing on, which is assessment, as the name implies. We look after assessment in various forms and various capacities. I asked in a previous encounter, we asked a number of teachers in different parts of the world what assessment means to them. What do they do with assessment in the classroom? The interesting result was something like the diagram that you see in front of you was so diverse that individuals or teachers use assessments for various reasons, for various tools, for various aspects. However, there are certain variables that need to exist in all the tools that are presented. And these variables are mainly 4. The first one is the construct of the test, the validity of the test. The second one is the reliability of the test. And the third is the positive impact that it carries, and then the practical aspect of assessment. So how can we make sure that these things are taking place in the classroom? How can we ensure that our learning, that our assessment tools have these later two elements, the practical aspect and create a positive impact, particularly when it comes to schools and young learners, and also can be expanded to higher education as well. Traditionally, I think all of us around the world use traditional aspects of summative and formative assessments. And I think this is no secret to anybody that there are certain elements where we're using the summative assessment as assessment of learning, where we're assessing how much knowledge has been retained and how much knowledge is remembered after finishing a program or a course. So it's mainly summarizing how much knowledge has been retained. Whereas a formative assessment is a method that we use to ensure that the assessment is actually taking place. And that's assessment for learning. Why don't we take a step further? Why don't we look at assessment with a different eye? Why don't we look at assessment as the tool that's used for learning? Remember, we just said that basically we have a cycle based on the work that Dale and Cole talked about, and we developed our own little circle where we have a starting point with the needs and the wants, and we have the doing as an integral part of that cycle, and the doing itself is mainly making sure that the ideas that we're presenting are applicable and are relevant. So the approach that we basically want to focus on in this brief encounter is how can we transform these assessment tools into learning tools? So I have a test. How can I make sure that that test is used for learning purposes? Before we do that, let's look at our classrooms. This diagram in front of you looks at a traditional classroom context. And if you notice with me, it's divided into 4 categories. The first one is the red one, then the green one, then the purple one, and so then the blue one and the purple one. And in the red one, we've got a general outer, wider context where basically we as educators and teachers have very little influence over. And that's basically the policies, the procedures, the national directions and things like that. Of course, highly relevant. We need to look at it. We need to basically make sure that it's incorporated and embedded in learning. But obviously, unfortunately, we have very little influence over it. The second tier is the green one, and that's the school. And in the school, we as teachers have some influence. Of course, they are bound to a specific curriculum or a specific class, a specific format or a specific target for exam results, etc. So there are variables, obviously, they need to consider. The power that we have in our hands as teachers is within the blue and the purple boxes. That's our class. Inside these 2 boxes, you see that I divided learners into various categories. My role as an inclusive education researcher is to make sure that all the students that are in the classrooms are basically receiving or getting exposed to the same learning tools and ensuring that basically their needs are met. Ensuring that basically whatever individual needs they have are simply responded to effectively in order to maintain the process of learning. So how can we do that? There are various ways. If the focus of this presentation was to look into the various ways of including learners, then obviously we've got hundreds of tools. Today, I chose to talk about one, which is using assessment for that particular purpose. How can we ensure that the assessment is actually taking place? How can we use assessment as a learning tool that's responding to the learner's needs? If we are summarizing the structure of that diagram, we can basically look into 4 different aspects. So we've got the cognition, we've got the personal world, which relates to the competencies, the strategies, the knowledge, etc., that we as individuals have. And then obviously we're linking that with the school, with the curriculum, with the context, etc. And we are basically relating that to the criteria, the point of reference. And of course, that should be very much related and linked with the social context. One of my first theories in my research was to look at learning in two ways, formal and informal. The formal learning is when we get basically the formal channel between the curriculum and the school encounters and the tools and resources, very much linked with the informal one, which is the natural acquisition of knowledge. The natural acquisition is something that we do subconsciously as learners. I learn from my peers as much as I learn from my teacher. As a young individual, we basically follow rules and instructions that are not taught in schools, but simply are learned from the colleagues, from the environment, from the traditions, the culture, the religion, etc. So why don't we then look into the concept of learning as the heart of the entire structure? So it's very wrong to look at learning as a one-way process where we're basically receiving knowledge from a textbook and just simply retaining that knowledge and assessing that through an assessment. It's very important for the model that we're calling for to integrate all these different elements. But the big question here in the last few minutes that I still have in this presentation is how. I will share with you a very brief diagram that hopefully will explain the entire structure, how the whole thing works. I will use English, of course, and the starting point for English language in around the world now is the Common European Framework for Reference, the CFR, which gives descriptors to all the levels that are presented and how these levels are related with what we call the can-do statements. And with these can-do statements, we've got various learning objectives that we can drive to design and construct a course, a CFR-based course. The idea is we will be using a task or an exercise for each course, for each one of these can-do statements. We will share it with learners. We will observe the results. We will interpret the results. We will record the results before we give feedback. Here, we're just simply observing. So my role as a teacher is to give the student a specific task or an exercise and record those and observe and record. But with recording results, we have to provide feedback because that's an integral part of creating a positive learning experience and then feeding into the next version of the task. So I will end up with a cycle where we have a record of achievement, a continuous record of achievement, where by which I'm feeding back into the course and I'm providing various levels and various forms of learning. And that completes what I call a learning-oriented model. To do a learning-oriented model, we have to use technology, of course. And using technology relates to various forms and tools. We at Cambridge Assessment English provide a large number of these resources. In this equation, in the last 2 minutes that I still have, I would like to share with you two tools that I'm sure you'll find really, really useful. The first one is what we call writeandimprove.com. Writeandimprove.com is a tool that's used to assess learning where learners can learn on their own with the direction of a school or of a teacher or the guidance of a mentor very effectively. It provides effective feedback and provides effective reporting and communications. And I think we still have a few minutes left. So in the last minute that I still have, I would share with you as well another platform that you will find very useful, which is the Digital Teacher platform. And Digital Teacher is really a platform, interesting a free platform that all teachers can really make a lot of use and a lot of benefits to be incorporated in their teaching. In this quick presentation, I really hope that I gave you something new, something that you can use in your classes. So the underpinning concept behind the entire structure is simply to look into ways where learning is taking place through the assessment tools and showing the discovery structure, the discovery model of learning, where our learners are not dictated what they should know or what they need to know, otherwise, no, on the contrary, they're simply trying to discover knowledge on their own. That brings me to the end of my presentation today. I really hope that you enjoyed it. And now over back to Catherine. And thank you very much. I think we'll have a session where we'll take questions in the afternoon. So I'll be there and I'll see you in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hisham. It was a very bright presentation, really impressive. And yes, there sources and materials you advise us to use are really great. I highly recommend everybody to join and to start using them. Thank you, Hisham. We look forward to listening to answers or to some questions during the discussion. So, dear guests, dear colleagues, dear friends, I want to remind you there's a course of for teachers where and we're going to give it on June the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th. There will be 3 exciting days of our ELT week of Tomsk Open Project 3. You still can join in. Please contact our team. And here you can see the information, right? So, dear friends, thank you very much for the interesting questions. Please keep contacting us. Each and every speaker is reading those and preparing for answering. And talk team, it's time of my speech. Is it correct? I'm beginning. Yes? So I'll introduce myself once more. I'm Catherine Wild, the head of TOP and also Brainstorm English School director and methodologist. I'm really glad and so happy to be surrounded by my colleagues, the speakers whose professional skills do admire. And together we've been carrying out special research on the most effective ways of exam preparation. And actually, that is how the idea of Ultimate Exam Preparation Conference has appeared. I remember myself saying a year ago, I'm only successful when my students succeed. Yes, I did say this on June the 7th, 2019. A year has passed and I'm absolutely into this idea. We teachers measure our success with our students' one. And my message is that the students are the stars who should perform on the stage. As they are the stars of the show, which must go on each and every year on the way of their self-development. I believe it's very important to be transparent and open with any student or his her parents when they come to our schools to study, or if you're private tutor, when you give the first interview, it should be all clear. The most important thing should be established. So the simple question I ask my student, do you want to speak English fluently? Oh, it's absolutely possible for anyone. I believe in it. The thing is, the way to the top is going to be tough. That is the truth. It's going to be tough, but exciting at the same time. My speech is called Ultimate Writing. Writing is a very important and challenging part of any English exam. Why ultimate? I tell my students that words have the meanings and using them appropriately is very important. It's essential because the words are those little steps which take us to the top, which take us to their accomplishment of their set goals. Merriam-Webster.com gives a few definitions, synonyms of these words. So, ultimate, original, fundamental, the most extreme, or the best, final. Why original? I believe that the knowledge a teacher delivers or a student gets independently should be useful and used in the appropriate life situations. In this case, any student should understand which is his aim actually. Why does he need the language? And it's a very common thing that in the first interviews, students don't know. They simply don't know why. Okay, my mom said to me, yeah, she brought me here. And this is the very important point, the start, where you establish this base. If your student understands, you help him understand the system, this why you need the language, the study will be much more engaging and fun, and of course useful. Fundamental. Why fundamental? There's loads of information on the internet nowadays, and in the current situation, everybody's studying online. The question is whether knowledge a student gets is actually useful or not. Can he or she use it in real life situations? That is very important fact. When we teach our students, we should have the thought in our head. When our students is going to use it, is it really worth spending time on, or we should be focused on something else? The most extreme, yes, sounds really extreme. Brainstorm is a kind of unusual inter-school. People who know me personally is aware of the fact. So I can tell you, yes, most of my learners are usually surprised or even shocked, especially in the beginning of the studying, as most of the methods we've been using in Brainstorm are kind of extreme. In more details, why extreme, I'll tell you later during the workshops. But the thing is, these methods capture the students' attention. They're attention grabbers, and they do motivate them, and they prove to be very effective on the way of accomplishment of their goals. The best. I told you, I'm very direct with my students, so I simply tell them very openly, the best, only the best, or don't even start. Yes, there are different life situations, and not every English student needs excellent. But what I established at my school is this principle. It's not a question about having excellent marks, it's about having the best grades, talking about exam preparation, and it is possible using the techniques our dear colleagues have already presented, and the ones I'm presenting now. Final. Why final? I believe that the knowledge which we give should be this useful tool of communication. It should be a solid piece of knowledge of a certain level. I'm not telling that every student can come to our schools and study for a few years. There are different time limits, deadlines, but still, if a student has joined your school for a month, you establish a goal and you're about to reach it at the end. He's going to join your school for a year. You set another goal, yeah, you learn some one, and so on and so forth. But it has to be really useful. So it's about ultimate writing and the meanings of words. What's an exam? It's a very interesting question. Is only life situation, a life situation which every student has to experience regularly, facing this challenge every year or a few times a year. So I tell my students usually, why do you consider our routine lesson being less important than your exam of the EGA or anything else in May, June, or July? It is of the same paramount importance as life teaches lessons. We take these exams every day in our lives and hopefully pass them successfully. Here is the message which our speakers have already established. We are on the same page here, that's why we've gotten together at top 3 giving our speeches. It's absolutely essential to make students understand that a development of these skills of speaking, of writing, and any other in the language is their responsibility. We teachers can't implant the information into their heads. We give the knowledge, they need to get that and to be active. As soon as students feels this, understand this, the studying becomes much more productive. That's what I've noticed. Here I need to tell you that I find no difference between writing and speaking. Some of our dear colleagues who have already joined my teacher trainings probably remember that is the way how I tell about these parts of any exam. I prepare for writing and speaking at once because both are active skills. And here again, it should be highlighted, the students should be focused that it's their responsibility to have this kind of bridge, this connection between each other. And the methods of working these out are very simple, and the more natural they are, the better. Sometimes teachers are so hardworking and they try to hard, right, helping us students, assisting with this and that, as though sometimes it's only need to give them some room to express themselves, and they will do it successfully. Believe me, it is possible. How I simply do this in every lesson. It shouldn't be only teacher saying hello to the class. I teach small groups, but still, it shouldn't be only teachers saying hello Sasha, hello Dasha. These students should greet each other. As soon as they activate this very simple communicational skill, they get used to this and they start using it automatically, naturally. And the same thing, saying bye-bye at the end of the lesson, not only saying bye-bye to the teacher, saying thanks to the lesson, but saying some nice words of gratitude to each other, how engaging the lesson was. In the beginning, it seems a bit weird, especially for teens, is this way, but as soon as they have this communication in the group and you give them some space for the self-expression, it works much, much better. And believe me, your student is not going to forget to introduce himself in the beginning of speaking or writing, hello Sam, an email or letter in any kind of exam. So it's that simple. Just establish this principle of students' responsibility. This is huge. This is very important. And thanks to Tom Weisman for this term, then we have no ugly surprises in the exams, because as soon as your students experience this independent learning in the classroom and beyond this, they are not going to be lost in the exams. They're not going to fail it because they have already experienced being one-on-one with the exam, not dependent on the teacher only. And they have less stress in the exams, 100%, as they've already gotten this important experience. Top team has informed me there are lots of people watching us now and dying, so pleased to know this. And they are different audiences, actually, very experienced tutors, teacher trainers, and also the people who have just graduated from universities, unexperienced students who would like to try this, to give lessons to become a teacher probably. That's why I'm going to give my presentation and all the details to speak to each audience. The experienced teachers, tutors will agree with me, I hope, that we prepare our students for a few exams just at once. It happens like that pretty often. So we prepare them for international exam, Cambridge ones or any others, and Russian state exams, the ones of the EGE and the GAP. And it's double the challenge of the students, right? Yes, sometimes these exam taking skills complement each other, and it's easier to take a Russian state exam after taking an international one. But all have their specific moments, which we're going to be focused on today, specifically on writing. Let me tell you a few words about the way I prepare my students, because I'm only sharing my personal experience of teaching. Brazen students face annual challenge of taking Cambridge exams from pre-B1, pre-A1 level up to C1 and even proficiency, and it's step-by-step growth. We do set high expectations, as I've already told you. Only excellence is accepted. And how we reach this excellence on the way to the top from pre-A1 up to C1 or even C2 levels. We're doing it step by step using the useful techniques. So here I have prepared this table for you just to have this picture right on your screens, not to make you recollect things. Here is a display of the Russian state exams, the EGE and International Cambridge 1, the CAT, PET, and FCE. And you can see that the part which contains every and each exam is email or letter, and the only difference is the number of words. You can see the numbers here. Let me tell you that I'm displaying CAT here just for contrast, because today I'm mostly focused on B1, B2 levels. Yeah. And only one comment about PET and FC, email and letter. It isn't only about the number of words, it's about an appropriate style here, as those colleagues who've been preparing students for this exam are aware of the fact that these exams contain different types of email. Or it's whether you respond in your English-speaking friend or your teacher, and the style should be different. So, step by step. Email or a letter, A2 level requires only 35 words or more for these, and there are two variations of that, whether the student just responds in email or has to mention, tell, ask, and suggest. Very briefly, I will be very concise here, introducing CAT. So what I want to share here is the piece of writing of one of my students, and you see the number of words of 58, and I should tell you that actually this student has already passed CAT and is on her way to B1 level, pre-B1, let's say, by now, and it's a combination of two levels. She has responded to all the questions fine, and the email is pretty long for A2 level. And the second type of this email of telling, asking, and suggesting, I usually adopt to the interest of my students. Again, I'm very glad to say that we use our great materials based on every lesson, and they are great tests or exam papers, and the creators of these absolutely wonderful materials are presented here today: Resource Education, Macmillan Education, Cambridge Assessment English. We're really thankful for that. But diving right into their exam preparation would be too challenging for most of the students. That's why I just changed the exam task with their interests and needs, because it speaks better to them. So everybody's on Zoom in current situation, so no actual party is possible. So I just changed it into Zoom party, and a person, my students should suggest or to tell Dash about the party and so on. Just a little tip here. There again, B1 level, I would be more focused on this and telling more in more detail about this part. I'll let you have a look at this very briefly. I bet you know how these tasks look like. Here is the photo of my student. The date is real, 15th May 2020. It was a final pre-test of their gap. Here I need to tell you that brainstormed around 3 official Pretest, we call it like this, for any kind of exam, to make our students, yes, feel the stress before the actual exam, but then they become the essential skill of overcoming the stress and being independent in the situation of that exam. And this is the final one, which Dasha took in May. I'm not going to make you read her handwriting, which is probably not perfect. Here is the text of her writing. Here I need to tell you right from the very beginning, the most important is to make our students understand that it is essential tool of communication, which is writing. What is the goal of this email? To understand the questions, to respond, and to continue these nice emails with your English-speaking friends. So, skipping spelling mistakes, grammar mistakes, inappropriate articles or prepositions. We start engineering the letter like this. So, the question: what kind of films do you like? Is there an answer? Yes, it is. My favorite kind of film is a romantic drama. Where do you prefer watching films? In the cinema or at home? And why? Is there an answer? Yes, it is here. You can see it. I prefer watching films at home, and Dasha has explained why. What would you make a film about if you had a chance? I would make a film if I had a chance about a horror story. All the details of these special phrases in grammar later. It's the most important moment here when the student sees that she has managed to respond to the questions. Yes, for the final pretest, it's not very impressive. I understand that it's not going to be graded in the, like an excellent piece of writing, but still, the student has gotten this understanding of how he or she can be understood by the examiner. Talking about independence and the fact of our students being aware of that, it is not me who commands this. Even if it's an individual lesson, I read a question, but a student responds. If it's a group lesson, it's a dialogue. The engineer chooses letters, and then they understand whether they did it fine or not. Then they've gotten this experience of communication, which is a real life skill. So the next slide is here. You can see, I'm too fast with scrolling, sorry. So the YG writing, which is obviously longer, and it requires not only answering the questions, but asking them as well. Again, those of my colleagues who have participated in my trainings know that I usually compare the pieces of writing, and actually the AG and YG in the emails are quite similar, right? It's an email. The communicational necessity is the most important. The only difference is in those 20-something words, not a big deal for a student, even in the 9th grade. So usually when I prepare students for the AG, I make the tasks more complicated and ask them to write those questions as well, for them to face this challenge in a year, the challenge of the AG, in a simple way. So that is the essential life skill I just already mentioned about being understood and being aware of the fact that it isn't only a dull exam task of writing an email, it's a life skill which is really useful. So, email letter pass B1 level, 100 words. You dear colleagues know this, and I would be more focused on the part of responding teacher. Here you can see the pen friend and the top and the text with him. Here, look, I've again modified the exam tasks to my students' interests. During our short, brief introduction of smarter reading games with Antoine Mark today, we've already mentioned the way of engagement of our students playing with that. And that is the email I literally send my students, and they have responded. And it happened just a few days ago. So you see the notes, yeah, classical pets task. Would you like to participate in the project online this school year? Yes, yeah, actually it's hints. And my students don't usually need it because they understand they need to answer questions. Following this technique step by step. I couldn't help but insert this emotional screenshot of the lesson when I'm showing some up to Veronica, and she was very worried as she wasn't sure if her writing was good enough. It was brilliant. Veronica, again, I'm saying it was brilliant. Probably she's watching me now. And there was only one spelling mistake, and probably just a typo. So, and that is the way how we engineer this email again. Has she understood the question? What would you like to participate in the project online this school year? Yes, she has. I would like to participate. Which do you think would be the best day? Has she answered? Yes, she has. For my schedule, the most comfortable day is Friday, and she even extended that with more details. That is brilliant. 169 words, and I told you, congratulations, it's already fine for the FC. The students is really bright, and here, she was very glad about the fact, but I told her, look, you're under the exam conditions now, right, in the lessons, so it's time for you to become even more flexible and to simplify it, and it's a great tool of flexibility. And look, here is her email, the same one, with the same answers, 115 words. And still she has answered all the questions brilliantly, and I believe she should be awarded with the best grades. I'm going to skip this step because we have already showed you this grammar battle online game. So, and I'm very short of time now. We have covered an email of different types of the exams of Russian state ones. Again, you get cat, pet, and FC is similar because it has new words. So, story, very interesting genre of writing, I can say, and it's not that engaging for the students of cat level, as that's what I mentioned, because they need to work out the skills step by step again. Sometimes they don't know what to say. It's difficult for them with black and white pictures of the test don't speak to them at times. So I prefer using the photos of my students or something which is their interest, and then the exam tasks are fine with them. So here is a short story of my dear student, and you see it's not that brilliant, and my goal was not to show you only perfect pieces of writings. They are real, and for us to see the way students grow. So 27 words, lots of mistakes you can see here, but still it is a story. And look what has happened in a year. This same student wrote story for pet level already. Yeah, it's usually starts with something intriguing, and again, I adopted it for my students. And here is a piece of writing. I'll give you a few seconds to read. And now let's compare. My students a year ago and now. 27 words up to 120. And grades are grammar and vocabulary skills we can see here, and we see what is their interest now in the current situation online. They discuss in a very mature way. So my message in the beginning of the speech was students are the stars of the show, which must go on. And the most important principles of any studying process are respect, engagement, and balance. By balance, I mean building up your authority as a teacher, right, but giving some space to the students, as I already told you. And look with what kind of brilliant idea my students have come up with, giving homework to the teacher, the question, and my students of FC level gave me this whole task of writing a report. This wild write a report on top 3 advanced preparation. It is the truth. as a aware of the facts and the news which goes on as it follows online. So there were emails, story, now very briefly article, which is essential only for PET and for the FC. I'm not going to display any actual writings, only the adopted versions of the exam tasks. You see here, I asked my students to write an article not just about games, but about smart arena games they play every day, and Minecraft is so much very into. And believe me, the teen boys were very engaged into the writing. They even competed. And talking about balance and mutual respect, homework for Katrin was to write an article about Tomsk Open Projects and events. Of course, the FC students gave it to me, they're very mature, and it was exciting for me to write it down. And the very last part here is an essay. Opinion essay of the EG and of the FC, you see the difference of number of words. And very briefly, I'm going to display it here. This is the EG task activity. Just as teachers assess the students, so students should assess the teachers. And here is a piece of writing of my students. The results were pretty. It was a very good piece of writing. And here a few seconds of you to watch how they engineer their writings. It is not me who commands it, but my students. Let's enjoy watching a few seconds.
Is opposite because it says that adults should be forced, and her opinion is adults shouldn't be forced. So everything is clear right now.
So everything is absolutely clear now. I absolutely agree with my dear students. I'm finishing my presentation with the universal tool technique, thanks to resource education materials for these, and to Tom Wiseman for creating this great technique of pyramid of right. Actually, my speech was based on the same principle. Here you can see this comparison of standard organization on essay, which is okay, but it doesn't speak to the students at times. They easily get lost in their thoughts. So here we established their argument, then we supported this argument and prove it again and again on each part that I was right because of what I mentioned earlier. So there were the techniques I wanted to share with you in ultimate exam preparation. And I can tell you, we are facing challenging times, but we are staying united. The top 3 running this great project together. Our students might be tired. Oh, my dear girls, they literally look like that at the end of the school year. But having our mutual support, if we can handle it all. If you can dream it, you can do it. I believe you know this great phrase, and I believe in my students, and it's a very rewarding profession or teacher to see their happy faces and to celebrate the success together. Yeah, brainstorm at top, I can tell you they're professionals at celebrating and having our great parties together because we have something to celebrate. Thank you for your attention. I am Katrin. I'm done with my speech, and it's time for the final discussion. Dear colleagues, Hisham, Antoine, Peter, please turn on your microphones and cameras. Antoine.
Oh, I'm back.
Vladislav, can you volume it up, please? A little bit over here. Thank you. So, that is the time of the final discussion. Dear speakers, thank you very much for your great speeches. Again, it was greatest delight to listen to you today. And it's really so exciting that we've been exchanging with our experiences and opinions much earlier before the actual conference. And I find this fact being absolutely unique. So please speak yourselves. Antoine can introduce the questions. Yes, he's in charge of that this time. Please speak yourselves.
Yes, with pleasure. I was following the comments on YouTube as well. I don't know if Peter and Hisham have seen them, but there are a lot of thanks, a lot of very nice comments about the presentations. For now, there are not many questions. So I invite all participants, if you have questions for Peter, Katrin, Hisham, or myself, right away in the YouTube comments. We'll monitor. At the beginning, there were questions about finding a job abroad. What kind of certificates? I recommend on that simply taking a look at the requirements of the area you're interested in, because the world is vast. I listened to both Peter and Hisham as well, just before you, Katrin. It's a shame Natalia can't join us.
Yeah, it happens at times. Yes.
Exactly. I had myself a few questions for Peter and Hisham, if you don't mind, while we're waiting for questions from participants.
Sure, please go ahead.
So, well, let's start. Peter, so you're based in Tomsk as well, Tomsk Polytechnic University. I found it very interesting what you were talking about, the need for a bridge between all of us, all of our different factions in education, because there are kindergartens, there are public schools, there are private language centers, there's university, college, there are freelancers, tutors, and now there are online schools. And what I really like about this top 3 event here is that we're from different factions, we're here together discussing together. Because quite often I find when I go to a conference, it's quite targeted. You have, I don't know if you know, Hisham, about our situation in Russia, but for example, in Russia, we have the NATE organization that is very targeted at university professors. So when you go to those conferences, it's university professors together. And then you have private conferences, basically, that are attracting the private language center teachers, the freelancers. So it's always pretty much the same people together. And I was wondering, Peter, how do you see us building a bridge like that? I come from the private language center, for example, you're at the university. How do you see that happening?
Yes, you're right, Antoine, that there is a huge gulf definitely between the different factions of the teaching profession, essentially dictated by who works where. And of course, bridging that gulf is incredibly important. We all essentially want the same thing. We all want what is best for our learners. We all want to be better teachers and to do a better job. And I think in the current situation, with coronavirus, with moving online, essentially people are being forced to confront new realities of having to find new ways to reach our learners, new ways to maintain quality in our educational system, and we can find those ways together. I think this situation has forced us to consider alternatives and think about how to examine best practice in different spheres. And for us in the universities, it's particularly useful having this dialogue with language school professionals such as yourself, such as Katrin, and many other professionals in this sphere who have experience of reaching learners with different formats and different technology. And certainly it's helping us to move away from our traditional university classroom to ensure that quality teaching continues. So I think this year, 2020, really is an opportunity to move forward together. And it's wonderful that we have events like this where we can all come together and examine what we're doing. And certainly looking at Hisham's presentation about the transition from paradigm to paradigm. Now we're very much in a discovery paradigm, and it's not only a discovery paradigm for our learners, it's a discovery paradigm for us too as teachers, looking at how we are moving forwards throughout this new experience and ensuring that we can really get the results that we would want and that our students would demand. So for me, I see this year as the opportunity to move forward together, rather than anything else.
And here, if I don't
Sorry, Catherine.
I didn't want to interrupt Peter. Yeah, you finished, right? So just recently, I watched a few live streams with Peter, and it was really interesting for me to find out more about these new online courses of Tomsk State University you've running already. And it was a very nice surprise during the live stream for talk when you invited me into your project. So please tell us more on that, because I find it really exciting. It's a huge step forward.
Absolutely. This, as I said, we now have an opportunity to develop our education, and one of the things that we're planning to do is launch a new master's degree. We're calling it the Global Masters in ELT Leadership, and this degree will be online, and it's an opportunity for teachers, language teachers, to develop their professional skills and really become leaders in the ELT profession moving forward. For those who would like to become managers in language schools, for example, entrepreneurs in ELT development, and so on. And our thesis is that we need to bring people together from different environments, not purely academic environments, although we are partnering with leading universities in the world, but also, of course, with professional practitioners, people such as yourself, Katrine. I would very much like to discuss opportunities with our other speakers as well, and certainly develop a network of people who would like to be guest lecturers on this program, because just today we've seen people tackling our current issues from a wide angle of position, or a wide range of positions, and looking at it from different angles really shows that it's this collaborative insight that helps us all to develop. And that's particularly important when we see the different opportunities now which are emerging, and so many people turning to online education as well. This when we don't have the opportunity to get together in classrooms, this is really a time to make use of those opportunities to work on our qualifications and think about how we can develop as professionals, and then be ready to re-enter the classroom once we're able to do so.
Absolutely. It just let me share some of my emotional state, kind of, right? Yes, this year has been challenging, but I absolutely agree with Peter. It's a new opportunity. Crisis is always a new opportunity. And I remember us getting together top one, and our partners, Tomsk State University, kindly gave us a great hall, one of the best halls in Tomsk for the conference. And why I'm telling this is not only about heartwarming feelings, it's about this fact being united. These days, lots of colleagues of our ELT community keep speaking about competition and things like this. I know it's a very controversial topic, but what I see here and what I would like to see at top is this world of ELT being united, not competing to each other. There are just different angles of this question of how the knowledge can be delivered and how our students can be taught. And they are so different students, yeah, they're different audiences as well. And it's great that representatives of absolutely different companies are here today, and we are sharing our ideas and keep supporting each other. So that was my comment. Probably you would like to join.
I'd be interested in hearing from Hisham, because from what I heard, if I'm not mistaken, you're based in Dubai, right?
Yep.
Yeah, great. So,
all right. Yeah.
Care to comment in your ELT world? Is there a bridge between professor, language centers, schools? How I'm very curious to know how your ELT world works.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and thanks, Catherine, as well, for having me today. I really appreciate it. I think I mean, I do share the same feelings that Peter had. Obviously, we at Cambridge serve a wide range of teachers. I look after a very wide range of exams, from young learners at grade 1 all the way to university graduates and postgraduate candidates. I mean, we do have exams that cater for PhD candidates. So I think the challenge that we face in our everyday life is not only the type of exams and the disconnect between the type of teachers that we are catering for, but also the level of skills that they have. There's a traditional idea, the traditional concept associated with various levels of teaching should acquire various levels of skills. And in our book, that's a very common stereotype that basically we are working hard to change. One of the struggles that basically we always face is when you're dealing with schools, for example, and the challenges that face school teachers, the type of preparation, the type of school qualifications that are required for teaching somehow different than what's required for higher levels. And of course, there are different skills at each level, but obviously the generic thing that connects all different sectors is really the willingness and the ability to teach. This art of teaching, if I may, is really something that we are kind of embedding in all our teaching qualifications. So just seconding what Peter just mentioned about online, about responding to the current circumstances and what we can do to combat that is one of our main qualifications, CELTA, has become fully online. And obviously CELTA is really one of the main qualifications that teachers around the world are acquiring to get into the ELT world. Now, even within CELTA, there is a constant update and a constant challenge. And that's why a few years back, we decided to split it. So we've got CELTA for secondary school teachers, we've got CELTA for primary school teachers, and we've got, of course, the higher education qualifications related to dealing with English as second language during higher education programs and courses. So the point I'm trying to make here is that there should be a common thread throughout that connects all teachers across their disciplines and across their levels. But obviously, I think the whole world needs some more standardization in what kind of skills are required at each level and what kind of requirements are there. And I think the current circumstances is forcing us, whether at the University of Cambridge or government level or institutional level, to really kind of respond very quickly. And that's really an interesting thing that basically we see. Although I'm based in Dubai, but obviously I cater for a large region, spans from Russia all the way to Africa. And obviously with that diversity, we see various practices that are taking place, and also at the same time various changes that has happened over the past few months. And that starts with a recognition of online learning. I mean, a couple of months back, the whole idea of online delivery and online qualifications was something that was so frowned upon by ministries, governments, and regulatory authorities. It was something that wasn't very much well received. And over the past few months, I think the work of 10 years has been done in around 10 days, which is really remarkable. So I'm very optimistic. I'm very optimistic that with the COVID-19 crisis, although it's brought a lot of frustration, a lot of stress and struggle, but there are plenty of opportunities as well. And I think the main outcome that we will benefit from this is the fact that we will enjoy more recognition to online learning and more standardization to be associated with it. Because obviously online learning is a very wide, huge platform and space. So we really need to be very careful with all of this. So yeah, I'm quite optimistic, and I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen in the next coming few months, because there's still plenty of uncertainty around it as well.
Yes. Really interesting, because sometimes we're not aware of something which is happening right now in another part of the world. And thank you very much for this information, Hisham. Yeah, another great question, really.
It's very interesting to, we need to share. I find it's very important because I agree that education is changing at the moment. I like to summarize it this way. When in my teacher trainings, I summarize it this way: that before this, the way, and still society, the public sees teachers is the way that we used to teach before the age of the internet, when the teacher was basically a source of information, a source of knowledge. And it was necessary because at the time, without the internet, knowledge came from libraries, from books, and from teachers.
Of course.
Nowadays, with the internet, the knowledge is accessible to anyone. Now, we know that the information is not especially accurate. There's different kinds of information all over the internet, but that is not the issue. To the basic person, the basic student, the basic human being, they know that knowledge is easily acquired on the internet. They don't need anyone. I summarized the transformation of our role as teachers is that we're not here anymore to deliver knowledge. Knowledge is there. We're here to help students acquire skills, acquire the ability to do something with that knowledge. I don't know, how do you see the transformation of teaching at the moment?
I think you're right. I think ultimately, I think around 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, the situation was totally different than what we witnessed today. I think last year's situation was different than what it is today. But I think the underpinning concept here is that, I mean, in all my work and all my research, I wasn't the biggest fan of online learning and online delivery for various reasons, particularly when it comes to young learners and school, and schools in general. Over the past few months, we went through a major transformation in the way we not only the way we think. Not only the way we deliver products, but the way we think as well. So there has been a huge transformation in our perception of the concept of online learning. But still, obviously, that optimism shouldn't basically, overlook the danger and the risks associated with online learning. I think what's scary, and I think what the main thing that we need to be very careful about is the fact that the economic pressures, the social pressures, all these different factors will basically lead many parents around the world, I'm using Dubai and the Middle East as an example, to resort for cheaper online options that will basically compromise the quality of learning on offer. And I think this is really, really kind of dangerous because this morning we were on another call with some ministry officials here in the UAE, and we were talking about the quality and how to ensure quality of learning in schools in the coming few months and in the coming era, post COVID-19 era. One of the points that basically was raised is the increasing competition from online providers that we can't really ensure the quality of. And that's why, although I'm optimistic and I'm excited about the changes that are taking place on online learning, but of course there are major concerns around regulations, quality control, and the overall regulatory structure and standardization of online offerings. And that's why one of the main things that basically we're focusing on in the research is to use online learning as a tool for learning, but that tool should not be used, is not a standalone product, it's not a standalone component where people can go online and acquire knowledge on their own ways and their own times and their own freedom. No, it's a guided process that's objective and that's based on scientific merit, and that's basically very much related and linked with specific objectives for each program that's on deliver. So I think the next coming few months will be really, really interesting to see how that standardization element, which is in brackets my main concern, is going to come to play, because that's scary, really, particularly when it comes to younger learners. I mean, adults probably will have more autonomy over their own learning, more maturity, more, a greater ability to recognize a legitimate source and as compared to, a fake source of learning. whereas school learners, I think they are at the heart of that risk. So it's quite interesting to see how that comes to play in the next few months.
Agreed. I'm very interested in this topic, actually, quality control and everything, and I think we should continue on that. Just, I noticed there is a question,
yes.
Maria online, yes, and I think that's for Isham because it's a question about Cambridge exams.
Okay.
Shall I read, or Katrin, do you want?
Antoine, please announce. You're in charge of announcing questions today, please.
So Maria asks, in terms of Cambridge exam preparation of adults, people over 30? Cool. The definition of adults has changed. I like it. It makes us younger. Yeah. What essential principles should be applied?
Younger.
Well, thanks for the question. And I think it's very important really to look at the different types of qualifications we offer. I mean, if I am to group these qualifications, we can put them in three main categories. The first one is for schools, the second one is for adults and higher education, and the third is for corporates and for real life practitioners. And the way these exams are designed, the way these exams are built is based on what's required in the market, what's needed in the market, and you know, what's being delivered educationally in schools and universities. So we're trying to create that linkage between not only vertically between various levels of education, but also horizontally between various levels of sectors, various levels of economic sectors. Because as I said in the presentation, I think one of the most important concepts, one of the most important elements of our work that we always need to promote is relevance. I can't see any value of any qualification that I can use and just basically put the paper on the wall that I can't do anything with afterwards. I think the value of any qualification that we do should be based mainly on the relevance to the real world. And that's why over the past few months, over the past few years, really, there has been a major transformation in our focus in the market. So now we are linking most of our qualifications with specific pathways. So for example, we do have a stream that focuses on medical education, medical English, through certain professions. So there are, of course, certain sets of skills that need to be available in that qualification. Not only the basic communication, but also the empathy and the ability to respond to or take into account the cultural factors and things like that. Whereas for teachers, for example, one of the main skills that we focus on when it comes to CILTA and DILTA and even EMI, English as a medium of instruction certification, we look at learning and empowering skills. And I think one of the major reviews that are taking place will incorporate elements of online learning and classroom management virtually as well. So looking at the principles that are applied in our qualifications, and I'm not sure if I understand the question correctly. I'm not sure if you're referring to the principles in designing our qualifications or in the principles in applying them in a specific context. But I'll try to answer both. So in our context, when we are basically applying these qualifications, when we're designing these qualifications, we are trying mainly to respond to the needs of these sectors based on the traditional set of skills that are acquired through various years of education. So relevance is the key principle there. In how to apply it, I think the question is related to the work that the University of Cambridge did over the past 10-15 years by building the CFR with other partners as well, the Common European Framework, which I think paved the way for a major transformation for ELT learning and teaching, where we basically looked at each skill, at each area, and we provided them with clear descriptors on what these learners can do at each level. So a candidate at A1, for example, can do certain activities, certain skills, and we kind of worked our way through, starting from there. But I think the underpinning concept for both is relevance, of course, validity and reliability of our exams is crucial. And I think the new buzzword is impact. What kind of impact these qualifications will have on learners once they finish. Not only on the learners, obviously. Tomorrow, for example, we have a a major meeting with many providers, many universities in the GCC here, where we're working on how we can measure the impact of online learning on learners' achievement. So impact, I think, is crucial principle as well for learning, so for our qualifications. So I think there are four. The first one is validity, reliability, impact, and relevance. I hope I answered the question clearly. Back to you, Antoine.
Oh, back to me?
Yeah, oh, I'm not sure who's moderating, so apologies. So
apparently I've started.
Yeah.
I think Maria, I agree with you. I was curious about the principles, whether it's about the exams or the preparation. No, I think you answered the question. If there are any more questions, do let me know. For now, I don't see. I thought we could come back to quality.
To you, is there any new ones? Or earlier you said you were very interested in the previous topic Hisham was talking about. So
quality control, yes.
Yeah, quality control, you can continue.
I think it's very interesting here to have us all on this topic, because yes, as I said again, we come from different spheres of education, and I agree with you. Quality control to me is very important, because I think sometimes the universities and public schools might see us, the private sector, as the bad guys in this domain, because I think the advantage that we have of being in the private sector is that we have the opportunity to innovate faster, because we have less people that we need to convince. At the same time, there's always the danger of capitalism in education, because we're pretty much, I think we've all seen language centers or freelancers, advertisements popping up promising things that we know as professionals are just ridiculous. Learning 1,000 new words every hour, things like that. The advantage that the public sector has, and here, like Peter, you at university, you have the opportunity to conduct proper scientific research. We in the private sector tend to have an idea, think, okay, I think it works, and we go full steam ahead. And we need to collaborate, because I think there are advantages in all of these spheres, in all of these sectors of education. And I think, yes, we need to work together. We in St. Petersburg, we work, for example, with the Olympiad Committee on researches and studies, things like that. And we're more and more interested in collaborating with universities as a private language center. I think Brainstorm is paving the way for that as well in Tomsk. It's very good to have Tomsk State University and Brainstorm collaborating. I wonder, what's your perspective on that, on this evolution of quality control in education? Because I agree, what we care about are results for our students. Impact, as you said, Hisham, we're all here for the greater good, let's say. How do we help perfect that sector, our industry?
Absolutely, it's a very important question for these times, especially when we see learners also trying to engage with learning English in new and innovative formats. I'll give one practical example. There's a large chain of language schools, which shall remain nameless, but they have hired 2 of my first-year students as English teachers, teaching one-on-one online. And I mean, these students, of course, are well, they have good intentions, shall we say, but their level of English is certainly not what one would expect, I would hope, of a language teacher. And of course, their knowledge of teaching methods is perhaps even less. You know, we're talking about first-year students, not final-year students. And obviously, when I find out the amount of money that they're being paid, it's pretty easy to deduce that it's being done for economic reasons. It's much cheaper to hire a first-year student than it is to hire a qualified teacher. But of course, that raises serious questions of an ethical nature, first of all, as regards the impact on the learner. And certainly when we look at these things, and as you said, Antoine, there are so many things we can find on the internet, but it's very difficult for a learner to understand where the quality is and where the quality isn't. So another example, I've recently developed an online course which is about to be launched on Coursera about job hunting, how to construct a resume, how to compose a cover letter, how to prepare for an interview, all in English, of course. And when I was putting this together, I saw so much rubbish basically on the internet about this, and it's incredible the people that are putting these things together and selling it to the unsuspecting public, and it's a matter of major concern. On the one hand, of course, we in the universities and the state system, we are able to or rather we're forced to maintain a rather strict system of quality control. We have very strict state inspections, etc. And certainly in a formal sense, we can fulfill all the obligations that the state puts upon us. In the private sector, of course, you can be more innovative, and those who want to have quality language schools, of course, can ensure that there is quality which even surpasses that of the minimal, shall we say, limits in the state sector. At the same time, though, there is so little regulation or so little effective regulation that I'm sure you see competitors who will offer services which look similar to a person who's hunting for a language school, and they'll probably be much cheaper than what you would offer. But that cheap price comes at a cost, and that cost, of course, is quality. And it's a really dangerous area, and I'm not sure what the solution here could be, because if you start involving the state more in terms of regulation, that creates more red tape for everyone, and it ties the hands of those who are providing quality services. So it's a question which, as yet, I'm not sure what the best answer would be, apart from perhaps gathering together as we are today, advertising what we're doing, and hoping that we can reach as large an audience as possible, who in turn will use our services rather than the services of those who are just looking to make a quick buck. So I think the best we can do is collaborate, is recommend each other for the services which we provide, using quality materials such as Cambridge, and of course ensuring that the teachers we use are qualified and capable. And those two don't always mean the same thing, do they? So here we all need to work together. It's a question of great collaborative work, and I think a question of strategically marketing our services to a larger public. At the end of the day, perhaps the one good thing about capitalism is that people do recognize quality services after they've had at least experienced these services. And those who go to these poor quality schools eventually will understand that quality is not what they were expecting. And of course, they won't recommend these schools to their friends, acquaintances, colleagues, whatever. Those who attend quality schools will recommend them. So I hope that in the long term, quality will win out. But of course, in this year of unpredictability and so much turmoil, maybe in the short term we're going to face these problems. But I do hope that long term we will survive and we will prevail.
Absolutely.
Absolutely agree with you. We're saying the same thing, Anton, I believe. And I think, Anton, you and Tom have something to share, because that is the idea we currently discussed with both of you. And of your, not only idea, actually, the step of creating this association of schools and teachers, yes, of mutual support, yes, and this quality control. Yes, it's very difficult, controversial topic here, how to influence this process, and it's possible or not. It is possible in my personal, not only personal experience of the school, because it's been very intensive collaboration with both of your companies, Antoine, English Connection and Resource Education. And when new clients come at Brainstorm asking who the teachers are, yes, I literally tell them, please don't worry, the young taxi drivers of New York, meaning no offense to taxi drivers, but the young teachers, that's what I'm telling you, We officially work with the school in St. Petersburg, which has a license, which does control the quality of teaching and regularly train the teachers. The same thing we've been doing in Brainstorm. Our teachers never stop studying and not only teaching. And yes, this exchange of information and the quality control might say the situation probably now and in the future.
And here, of course, we see that it's more an issue of self-regulation, that we don't necessarily need the state to impose regulations upon us. Here we can do it ourselves. Katrina, for example, when you invite people to speak at conferences, you don't just invite anyone off the street. You invite. I would not want to praise myself too much, but you invite quality speakers, and obviously, when we work with quality professionals, we can really promote each other's services to the public and show that here there is a community which is devoted to quality education. And by not inviting low quality providers into this community, we can maintain that quality. And I think that, as I said, that the learners, they will, with experience, appreciate that. And that is the path to ensuring that all English language education in our community does have the positive impact on learners that we're aiming towards.
Absolutely, yes. Only the best speakers for top. Peter, it's not about expressing yourself. It is the truth, really. And it's a pity that a representative of Macmillan Education is not here with us. So I speak with them. So really, I'm thankful to such gracious companies as Macmillan Education and Cambridge Assessment English do take part in our events regularly. And this year, Cambridge Assessment English joined us. And actually, to be honest, I was surprised with such great active support which Cambridge Assessment has provided the event and the way we communicate with colleagues, because I know it's a huge company, yes, and it is difficult for you to insert any events into your schedule, but it has happened very professionally and fast. And the way we communicate openly, I find the most important here. And we had a few talks with Hisham online before the event, and I do appreciate the way speakers prepare for this. Not just saying, okay, I'm going to devote my speech to this and that, and actually I don't care what the audience needs are. It is not that. Every individual has asked about the audience's need and what is really needed, would be interested. And it's great. It's absolutely unique. I do appreciate it myself personally.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I think, I mean, one of the main reasons why we are here is just to echo what Peter just mentioned. I think it's just creating that structure, that culture of communication and collaboration. I think that's really the way forward. I can't really see any other way of ensuring that the quality of learning is actually at the highest standards without having clear, transparent communication all the times. And I think we are kind of keen on working with all universities, with all institutions. We had a number of initiatives. One of the main initiatives that basically we started this year is supporting every teacher. And supporting every teacher is an initiative that basically was launched by our sister company, Cambridge University Press, and we are pushing as hard as we can as well to make sure that this campaign is reaching to all teachers, really, because we believe really in like Peter mentioned, in self-regulations, in the ability to be able to decide whether you are a teacher or a parent, that this is good quality, this is not good quality. In parallel to this, of course, we're working with universities around the world, and I'm sure my colleagues in the Moscow office will be exploring various types of initiatives soon on higher education in particular, on how basically to bring universities together, bring institutions together. This is really the time for us to work, and exchange ideas and explore new territories. It's not really the time to shy away from the responsibilities that are upon our shoulders.
Absolutely.
Agreed. Isham brought up something actually that was interesting, something even more. We were all talking, we all agree on this idea of collaboration and communication is essential. We all recognize that. Isham brought up the fact that maybe we should communicate with parents as well. You brought up parents. How do you feel? Because there is a way that society sees education as well, and I find it's important to not just involve the professionals, but maybe communicate more with the parents for them to understand as well what is quality education. Sometimes I see that parents are not sure. Parents have their own ideas, their own opinions that usually I find mainly come from their fears or their loves of their education when they were at school and they were at university, and they judge us based on that experience, that personal experience they had, which is not always very constructive. I don't know what the reality is for you in your regions. Has the relationship parent-teacher evolved, changed? Is it still, is it a good partnership, basically, a good collaboration?
This is, I mean, for me, this is a great point. I think basically working with parents is as important as working with teachers. We do have a number of initiatives as well that basically we're carrying out to talk to parents. And we can see the urgency really at younger levels, at younger students compared to adults. And particularly, there are more responsibilities upon parents' shoulders to ensure good quality education for their children at a younger age, because technically they don't really have the maturity as learners to decide for themselves. So I totally agree, and I think one of the biggest challenges that we always face is the fact that parents themselves don't really kind of recognize the value of certain elements of like a learning process. And obviously, I'm not trying to put excuses to them, but there are various reasons, and I think economic reasons for one is really the most important pressure. So there is always a struggle between how can I create that balance between quality education and affordable education, and obviously this is a territory that perhaps needs another separate discussion where we basically look into all the different reasons and how can you create that balance. But I think there is always a minimum standard that should be applied and kind of implemented, and that's why I think once we work on a standardization process, and to be honest, one of the reasons why the CFR was created in the first place many years back was exactly this, to create that type of standardization, to educate not only teachers and practitioners, but also parents, to clarify to the parents that, there's a guideline of what your child can get at the end of each particular learning stage, and at the end of each level. So, and I see from my experience that particularly in these times, I think parents are paying extra attention to these little details. So again, that goes in line with my optimism of the future, and that means, of course, that there are plenty of things that we need to do as educators. Of course, there are limitations to the things that we can do. At the end of the day, multiple institutions in different parts of the world will not be able to control all the different features that are taking place and all the different actions that are carried out by many institutions, and even marketing messages and the ethical sense of these messages that's sent by many institutions in different parts of the world. I think that's also an issue of concern. But I think starting from the principle of every little helps, and we as individuals should play our parts, and with all the capabilities that our institutions have, should basically contribute effectively to educating teachers as well as educating parents. If I may have a few minutes extra just to elaborate on one important initiative that we are carrying out in the region here, which is inviting all universities to a major initiative, a major impact research. And obviously this would be shared, this would be aimed not only to the authorities for kind of a baseline study for regulations and standardization, but also for parents. And I think obviously the platform that we're creating is a consortium kind of thing. So we're bringing all universities together in one platform where we are carrying out that type of research. But the hidden message that basically we're trying to deliver is that basically with two things we can ensure that parents are very well educated on the type of or the value of that balance that basically we need to create. The first one is research, having research to pack all the elements that we are keen on delivering, and the second one is standardization in terms of the tools that are used afterwards.
Shall I deliver my opinion about our area? Yeah, look, actually, we discussed it with you recently, Antoinette. Yes, we have business talks regularly. Just to let everyone know, probably Peter would like to join me. So it's a very specific situation for my school here of Brainstorm, because before this time of stay at home, 95% of our students preferred studying online. So we didn't feel the change actually. And for parents, it was not a question whether to continue having this trust in us or not, because they already had that. And again, here we should be focused on their materials and the quality of those. And the parents of our students do know that we use the licensed materials of our partners, and each very company is presented here today. Yes, there are some little questions which aren't very nice probably, but yeah, I have to tell you something like, oh, can we just copy this, that book? Can you share it with us just because of this and that? Nothing can be delivered. My answer is no, absolutely. There are loads of free materials which big companies have provided the audience with, right? So what for? This mutual respect should be just the same, and the current situation should not influence this. We should be even more aware of this, yeah, and keep our principles. So talking about trust of parents and our mutual work, for me, the school director is mostly the same. We communicate online. We have students from different cities of Russia, so it's okay and it's fine. The only thing they say is they miss the teachers and they would like to give them hugs, meetings online. But soon you'll have that, I'm sure. Talking about other schools, actually, yes, there are some critical situations for some private language centers which are fine. They provide the clients with good quality of teaching, but they were not ready for such a rapid change. And it's not about even losing clients here, it's about the time lost for the students studying, because at the end of my speech, I don't even remember if I noticed that or not, the EGE has been cancelled, the EGE has been postponed, but still our students will have to face the challenge and we don't have time to waste. So students in Brainstorm continue studying the same way. They have the same tough schedule in June and July. That's wonderful. But I believe this situation not every school which can experience these days. What's on your end, Anton? Probably you will tell us about your.
On my end, if to continue on what you're saying, yes, we have in St. Petersburg, of course, we feel the situation. We were not initially an online school. Initially, we were in person. Most lessons, we had a few online students. The transition went as good as it could, given the circumstances. Simply, I think what struck us right now is the uncertainty. We had parents and students who were just unsure, and they weren't used to online lessons. So, well, how long is it going to last? 2 weeks, 3 weeks? We don't know. For now, we're waiting. There are, of course, their own personal economic circumstances that affected them as well. So it's a difficult time where we're Tom and I, basically, we try to take things step by step. The main thing is to guarantee that everybody on the team feels safe, because this is not a time when you can find a new job, I think. If our school closes, to me, it's a very big responsibility. I felt that from the start, and I know Tom feels it as well. Gosh, if we close, we've got a whole team that becomes unemployed and with no perspective of finding a job right now, and we don't know how long this is going to last. So yes, Katrin, if you were asking just about the circumstances of this current crisis, we're going at it step by step. We're very happy that we managed to do some transition, and we know that we will be open on 1st September for the start of the academic year. That's the most important, and that's a great achievement of the entire team, because I know that in Moscow and St. Petersburg, I have no idea about Tomsk, but I know that in Moscow and St. Petersburg, there are some schools that are closing, that are suffering very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually here I would like to repeat the idea of which Peter has delivered earlier about this crisis as an opportunity. Yes, it's challenging time now. At the same time, students, parents, the ones who are fine with this actual comprehension, understanding of the whole situation. What I've noticed after getting a very, very heartwarming thanks of gratitude at the end of the school year, after delivering the certificates online, it was really pleasant to hear all those words. And what parents did say that they are fine with the trust, and they feel comfortable and supported that the students, the kids are going to be lost in this novel thing now. And we carry on the same way in this time of no consistency. We still consist. Homework every time, be ready on time. You can be late for the lesson. They like it, and they say the words of gratitude mostly on that. And our partnership, yes, the synthetic partnership proves this again, that it's important for our clients, because yes, Brainstorm had to cancel their classical tour in July to St. Petersburg, but we have not canceled the main part, which is educational, and teachers of English Connection are going to give lessons to students of Brainstorm online, and it's all fine. And parents didn't even ask, like, oh, if there's a difference of this, so they were ready for that, so they trust the quality, and that is controlled. That is absolutely priceless here, because now, yes, it's time for a challenge for us all. Dear colleagues, I believe that we are about to finish. Yes, just a few minutes left before the end of the discussion. Please share anything of your thoughts, ideas, and then it will be the part of the close ceremony of the conference.
Yeah, from my side, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Katrin, I'd just like to thank you again for the invitation. It's been wonderful to listen to the perspectives of colleagues from different areas of English teaching and different areas of the world. It's clear that we face the same issues in our work, and of course it's great to see that we're all focused on maintaining the quality and growing the quality at this time. Certainly, this year provides an opportunity to review what we're doing and what we can do better. And I'm certain that with continued collaboration, we can certainly achieve our goals and succeed. So thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Thank you very much for those kind words.
From my side, again, I'll echo the same sentiment. I think this is a great starting point for discussions. I think the times that we have upon us are interesting times, and I think moving away from the theoretical concepts to the implementation of these ideas, I think that's going to be interesting and useful as well for all of us to watch. I'm looking forward really to working with all people that are interested in pushing this forward, and I welcome any suggestion or any comment or query or any request for further information from our end. So, we wish everybody all the best, and thank you again, Catherine, for the invitation. Thank you.
You're welcome, also welcome.
I'm going to sound repetitive, but Catherine, thank you.
You're welcome, Anton. It's always a pleasure to say this again and again and again, dear colleagues.
No, you did. It was a very, very good conference. I really liked the format. I find this discussion at the end very stimulating. Honestly, I actually feel that I took part in a productive conference. I met some interesting people, and you gave me food for thought. I'd like to end as well on a positive note, like everybody. I think what's very promising about the future is that I feel that our industry is at a critical change. I have the impression that language education was maybe in a bit of a rut for some time, maybe for a few decades, where it was mainly always the same thing coming out, the same grammar explanations, methodologies, things like that. At the moment, I feel in teachers and in institutions like you represent, there's a hunger for something new, not something completely new. I'm not advocating a revolution at all. I don't think we need to throw out everything, because there are a lot of great things that have been achieved and have been done. I mean, I meet people who have learned to speak English all the time, and they learned in their schools in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 60s. I don't think we need to revolutionize our industry. I think we need to collaborate more. That's very much it. I look very much forward to interacting with all of you, communicating on that, because yes, I think our sectors need to collaborate more, need to work more together. To me, a simple idea, a first idea, and a simple way to put this in place are internships, for example. As Peter brought up, well, you have students that are learning the theory, and we have the classrooms where they can have direct practice. So there are things that we can do in terms of that, helping out between universities and language centers, some help towards internships or things like that. And we always talk about student exchange in education, but I think the teacher exchange is actually as important as well. We teachers need to be pushed in different circumstances, in different classrooms with different students, to not fall into a rut. That's where we teachers keep being more and more creative, being more and more open-minded, discovering new things, and having a positive impact on our students.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So this is time of the closing ceremony of Tomsk Open Project 3 conference. Woohoo! Applause to each and every of you. It was fantastic, great pleasure, and I'm really so excited about the topics you brought up, about the discussion and everything we've been developing together. And again, this time of challenge is a great new opportunity, which each and every of you in the company are using now. Thank you very much for joining the conference, for great speakers and food for thought. Dear participants, dear colleagues, congratulations on taking part in Top 3 conference. You're going to get certificates online this day. Top team is going to give you all the information and details on that. We do look forward to seeing you in other events of Top during the ELT week. So tomorrow, I'm reminding you workshops. We start the same time, at 9 in the morning, Moscow time. Then the course for teachers from 9th up to the 11th of June, and do join the incredible business training which Tom Wiseman is going to give tomorrow. Tom is going to give more information on the things which Antoine has already mentioned today. So, dear speakers, If you would like to continue collaboration in all this intensive way, do contact us. You can join us watching the workshops, the course, and the business training. If you're interested in, do contact top team. They will provide you with all the information. Dear colleagues, dear participants, applause to you now. It was a great day, beautiful Sunday, and this great international conference online. It's a great opportunity that we've had that and enjoyed that. I'm sure you did that as well as I. So my congratulations again. Now I need to give the floor to top team Vladislav, my deputy in business development. Is going to tell you something in Russian. Isn't it incredible? It's going to be Russian speeches again. So Vladislav, your turn.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги. Приятно было всех вас сегодня видеть, слышать. Спасибо вам большое, что вы посетили нашу конференцию. И отвечая на многие вопросы, хочется сказать, что запись сегодняшней конференции будет доступна на протяжении абсолютно всего времени на сервисе YouTube. Точно так же на сервисе YouTube вы сможете увидеть и получить запись прошлой нашей конференции 2019 года, топ-1. И, конечно же, еще раз приглашаю вас всех посетить нашу ELT-неделю. Завтра у нас будут также в утреннее время по Москве с 8:50 это воркшопы. Далее с 9 июня у нас начинается курс для преподавателей. Будем безумно рады всех вас видеть. Заходите на сайт, задавайте нам вопросы. Пишите на почту top@brainstorm.school, звоните, все средства связи всегда доступны, будем рады абсолютно всем вашим сообщениям. Также, если у вас остаются какие-то вопросы, если у вас остаются отзывы о конференции, будем рады видеть вас завтра, 8 июня в 15:00 по Москве. Состоится у нас в Инстаграме прямой эфир, Tomsk Open Project Instagram. Подключайтесь, подписывайтесь на нас. Абсолютно любой слушатель сможет к нам подключиться и в режиме прямого эфира поделиться своими впечатлениями, задать какой-то вопрос и, конечно же, просто высказаться, сказать свой отзыв о том, как ему эта конференция понравилась, что бы вы, возможно, хотели добавить. На самом деле мы уже обрабатываем большое количество отзывов и будем рады совершенствоваться и развиваться для вас, чтобы в следующем году наша конференция прошла еще более продуктивно и еще более полезной для вас. Будем рады видеть вас на топ-4, которая состоится 7 июня 2020 года, а также 2021 года, извиняюсь, да. А также еще раз хочу подчеркнуть, что все места на платные курсы ограничены, поэтому спешите, осталось на самом деле не так много мест, и будем вас всех рады видеть на наших мероприятиях в этом и следующем году.
Thank you very much. Tomsk Open Project and personally Vladislav. Vladislav is a very special person in our team. He has created all the incredibly beautiful websites. Everything works there. It's miracle for me, you know, from catering technologies. And actually, it's Vladislav's idea about Tomsk Open Project Instagram profile.
And it's actually great when any participant can quickly have a look at all the events, take part, read the valuable information. So that's what I absolutely love and respect, that Tomsk Open Project team, this eagerness to develop our own selves and do the best for the audience. Tomsk Open Project, thank you. I personally enjoyed because I was mostly guest at this event. Thank you very much, dear speakers, dear colleagues, dear participants who watched us. So I will see you tomorrow during the workshops, and everyone, I will see you on the 7th of June 2021 at Top 4. Goodbye. It was incredibly great. Thank you so much.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
She candy. It goes sticks like candy. She candy. It goes sticks like game.